Good evening. It's Monday, August 19th, and this is a meeting of the Southborough Planning Board. The Planning Board is now in session. First item on the agenda is a discussion item, CPC Citizens Petition to Correct Appointment Authority, and this is you, Ms. Braccio.
It is. Thank you very much. Colleen, will you do the PowerPoint? Okay. So just to give the board a little background and the public, I'm a planning board representative on the Community Preservation Committee. And the committee, over the last years, there's been some challenges on appointments. So we've come up with a citizen's petition to try to correct that. So give me 1 second. Okay, perfect. If you go to the second screen, Colleen. So the purpose of this article is to correct Southborough's bylaw and bring it into line with Mass General Law, Chapter 44B. Southborough adopted the Community Preservation Act by ballot in 2003. The Community Preservation Committee was formed by town meeting April 15th, 2004 by Article 56. The enabling legislation of Chapter 44B does not require appointments by the Select Board, but by the Board, Committee, and Commissions designees, the designees represent. It was never envisioned in 2003 that by giving the Select Board appointment authority, the Board, Committees, and Commission would lose their own authority given by statute. At the time, the thought was there would be a collaborative approach working together. Next slide, please. The enabling legislation of the Community Preservation Act, or CPA, specifically created the appointing process for the Community Preservation Committee and the required duties and authority of the committee to be independent of oversight from the regular practices and processes of municipal government. The intent was to create a mechanism where projects typically not funded, ones that have been historically left out of the regular budgeting process, and projects to preserve the character and vitality of our communities that was being lost due to lack of funding for projects. The CPA became the tool to preserve the special attributes of our communities, and the CPC were the overseers of this Community Preservation Act to make that happen. CPA is a smart growth tool that helps communities preserve open space and historic sites, create community housing, and develop outdoor recreational facilities. The legislation specifically prohibits funding many types of projects that traditionally get funded through municipal budgets. It is not intended to supplement municipal budgets for typical municipal projects. Next slide. So this is the enabling legislation of Chapter 44B, Section 5A. In it, you'll see that it talks about the different members of the CPC, including the Conservation Commission as designated by the Commission. It talks about Historical Commission, the same designated by the Commission, Planning Board, designated by the Board, a member of the Board of Park Commissioners, designated by the Board, and one member of the Housing Authority, designated by the Board. So those are the ones that we're specifically talking about tonight. Next slide. Out of the 196 towns that have enacted the CPA, 175, or 89.2%, follow the Chapter 44B language as written, with members being designated by the commission, board, or committee they represent and not appointed by town or city leadership. That leaves only 21 that require town or leadership appointment for the designees who are the representatives from the boards, committees, and commissions. Of those 21, only 3 were created after 2006, the commonality being that 18 were created in towns that were early adopters of the CPA, much like Southborough, which was adopted in 2003 by town election by ballot. The surrounding towns of Westborough, Hopkinton, Northborough, Ashland, and Sudbury all follow the MGL Chapter 44B language as written and only require the Select Board to appoint the at-large seats. There has been much contention regarding the recent Select Board's refusal to appoint the designated representatives of the Recreation Commission and the Southborough Housing Opportunity Partnership Committee, SHOPC, as well as holding the appointment of the Conservation Commission and the Planning Board member for a Select Board interview. Historically, in 20 years in Southborough, the Board, Committee, and Commission representatives have been appointed by the Select Board on a consent agenda as a formality, with the only at-large seats by interview, which again happened on 8/6/24 when a new SHOPC member was appointed by consent agenda. The next slide shows the towns and cities that appoint the boards and committee designees, whether it being a select board, a city council, a town manager. You'll notice only one in Boxborough, where the membership is different from the assigned positions. That's because the planning board seat on that is an automatic seat. Next slide, please. So what the Community Preservation Committee is proposing is, you'll see the current language. We're looking to strike the final last sentence. The committee shall be appointed by the Select Board and shall consist of the following members. And in its place, add the new, the composition of the committee, the appointment authority, and the term of office for the committee members shall be as follows. That is standard language within the other 89% of the towns. That is standard language in probably 88% or maybe even a little bit higher. The next slide. So basically, again, this talks about what I had first initially showed you, that one member of the Historical Commission designated by the commission. The only thing we're going to change in this section is we're going to add by a majority vote of on each of the requirements. And we are striking under number 7. The bylaw currently says commission, and it should be committee. So we're just striking that. That's a correction. So ultimately, we're not changing this section other than by adding by a majority vote of. Next page. This currently shows you the cities and towns that have adopted CPA, the cities being in yellow and the towns being in green. And then the last page is it's supported by, at this point, by over 100 residents that have signed the citizens' petitions, and I'm hoping after tonight, we can add the planning board to this final sheet as well. So basically, it's just a correction to going back to what the statute provides. Southborough didn't have to add the select board, but when they did, it was just to be create a more collaborative environment, and now we just want to put it back to what the statute requires. Any questions?
Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you, Ms. Braccio, and for the footman that you had knocking on doors. I supported this as a personal citizen, and I think that it makes a lot of sense, having been at that meeting where it was contentious, and I do think that we should revert to simple language. So I would be in favor of a planning board vote. I would vote in favor of supporting the CPC citizens petition.
Ms. DeMaria.
Hi, Lisa. Thank you very much. I support it as well. I mean, anybody who doesn't like government overreach, may support this article. And so, because there's a sort of unnecessary barrier. And so I agree with removing the barrier. One question I have is, will you get town council to help with any kind of wording issue, for example, on the warrant articles as you move forward, if you don't have the select board? And also, can you, as a committee, bring forward an article without it going as a citizen's petition or citizen warrant?
So we could have tried to bring it forward, but there would have been no guarantees it would have gone on to the warrant. As a committee, we don't have the final say. So that's why we felt going the citizen's petition was the correct route to go. Town council, because it's a citizen's petition, can't give us any thoughts at the beginning, but all we're really doing, we're changing minimal language and we're making it consistent. And like I said, I went through all 196 towns, and it is very consistent with the language we're changing it to, so I can't imagine council would have any issue with it.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. And then moving forward, when CPC does bring the proposals to town meeting, would they always be citizen warrants, or would you be able to just put it on the warrant directly? Future, not this year, but future.
You mean the applications?
The applications, where you're going
That-
to the town meeting to vote for the funds to be
Yep.
allocated? Right.
That stays the same. We're not changing that in any way. The only thing we're changing is the appointing mechanism.
Yep.
That's it.
Okay.
So everything else would stay exactly as it is.
Thank you. I support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. And I think that was the intention all along, because the way the bylaw reads, it says one member of said committee as designated by. And as one of the members of the grassroots organization that worked to get this passed way back in 2003, that I think was always the intention, and I'm fully in support.
And I think a lot of people feel that shall means shall, and it's not up to interpretation. So
It's not. Legally, that means you must.
town council feels differently. So again, that's the premise of, trying to get this done and trying to correct, additional authorities given outside of statute as town council may think it is. So,
Does anyone in the audience have any questions or comments? Anyone online? Do you want to make a motion, Ms. Houlihan?
I make a motion that the planning board publicly support the CPC citizens petition to correct appointment authority.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes?
Demiria, yes?
Brascio abstain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item on the agenda, Master Plan Implementation Committee member appointment. I think we just need to,
Yep, so if I can just say a few words. Last time, I think it was at our last meeting, we hadn't heard from one of our members, Will Warren, about whether he was interested to be reappointed. He did show up at our last meeting, and he is, luckily for us. We simply hadn't reached each other. I want to let you know how busy people are on master plan implementation. Will is the clerk of the Southborough Public Accessibility Committee, the clerk of the Southborough Cable TV Committee, a member of the Southborough Trails Committee, and on MPIC. And so sometimes we simply just miss each other because we're all running around too busy. So it was more my oversight because we did vote for all the other members to be reappointed. So I would beg for your forgiveness tonight and ask if we would reappoint Will Warren for another term.
no apologies necessary.
I make a motion to appoint William Warren to the Master Plan Implementation Committee for a one-year term that will expire on 6/30/2024. 2025,
Sorry, second.
right?
I think it's a 1 year.
He had already expired, right?
These
So-
were the original expiration
Okay.
dates, so it's a one-year term.
From 6/30 though, correct? Not from the appointment date?
You would appoint him today,
So would,
because he would have, I think he has to get sworn in from tonight's vote.
so the expiration is 8/18/2024?
No.
Or 6/30?
It always ends the fiscal.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
Sorry.
as amended, 6/30/2024.
Second.
2025, correct?
I mean,
Yes, you got it here.
feels like a Friday. 2025, thank you.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is a continued public hearing, MBTA Communities Overlay District Zoning Amendment. Oh, it's not time yet. Oh, no.
Well, we can do minutes. We also have Master Plan Implementation Committee report, if Debbie wanted to jump that forward.
Yeah, okay. So next item on the agenda is a discussion item, Master Plan Implementation Committee Quarterly Report.
Okay. Let's see here, sorry about this. Okay, so there's actually two documents that I wanted to have you take a look at tonight. There's a lot of documents in the folder, in the Dropbox. As you know, we keep a large tracker of all the activity going on with all the boards and committees and departments that have goals and recommendations, but I'm not going to present any of that tonight. We're working towards something more towards the end of the year where we can quantify some of that information. But tonight, I want to talk to you about two documents. One of them is in the charge, and I don't know, Colleen, if you're able to just to put the document up that has the red text, the proposed red text. So this is just this is the Master Plan Implementation Committee charge, and we're proposing to make a couple of changes. One is that we've already received from this board agreement that we would report to you twice a year instead of quarterly, which was becoming too much. So this just formalizes that. And we added a couple other parts in red. Let's see. Yes, so we wanted to add in the second paragraph that, what the group is comprised of is a subcommittee of the planning board. This is all language, that part's already been approved, but just to include that, it includes representatives of the original master plan committee. The MPIC members felt that it was pretty important to state that. It also makes it very difficult to find someone who is going to replace our fifth member, because really, this has to be somebody who really is involved in the town already, knows what's going on, understands the whole master plan process. But we just thought, that's a big part of what we are, and so that was something that the committee felt they wanted to add. And then just going down the page, just adding in that the annual update is prepared for the planning board, and we added to submit to the town report and share at town meeting, which we did do last year. So those are just the changes in red, and I guess at the bottom where it says members, and this would go out on I think this would get out on the webpage. We would add all of our names and our terms at the bottom. We would add Will to that list.
Do you want us to vote to make these changes? Is this the planning board, or is this the implementation committee?
Implementation committee's already voted to make the changes, so if the planning board is okay with that, that's all right. But I think we should probably vote, maybe, just if it's okay.
Sure. I make a motion that the planning board approve the master plan implementation committee update is there of the charge of duties, version 2.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiri abstain.
Brascio, yes.
Okay, and then just the second document I wanted you guys to take a look at is at our June meeting this year, we had an agenda item on the implementation committee to take a look at the goals that really weren't moving, and for reasons that we didn't maybe have committees to do those, take on those goals and recommendations, or some of them, some of the committees, for example, EDC, had come to me very early on to say that they thought some of them should be reassigned. There's other ones that we assigned to Public Works Planning Board that we no longer have because it was the vote at town meeting dissolved the Public Works Planning Board. So there's been a little rearranging going on. And so I just wanted to let you know what the categories are. And also just to premise by saying, this doesn't include any of our feeling about this at all. Like personally, I might feel one way and maybe a board member, another implementation committee member might feel another way. But what we're trying to do is really just move the ball forward. So if thinking about it in the terms of if the goal is stalled and nobody's working on it, maybe we can give it to another group and it can be worked on. But knowing full well it may not, because a lot of these have moved over to select board and they're very busy and they have their own goals, and that might not move either. So I'd like to get the board's input on that. But generally the categories here are pedestrian and bicycling. And again, this isn't to say this is important, because in my view it's very important, but we don't have a pedestrian and bicycling committee, and that was one of the goals. So seeing as that's not formed, and understanding that the select board are not forming any new committees, the master plan implementation committee took an action to reassign those all to the select board. So let me just go through them, and I would like to hear any comments also from the board. Sustainability committee is another. Obviously we don't have a sustainability committee, and there will not be one in the near future. So again, trying to move these forward. Some of these goals you see: develop a 5-year climate action plan, strengthen and expand partnerships within the town and the state to develop climate change solutions. I mean, some of these are very important. The implementation committee felt that there could be someone in the community, for example, that might want to take this on. For example, I might like to take something on as a private citizen, but it's not moving right now. So again, no sustainability committee has been formed. I personally have asked the chairwoman, Kathy Cook, if she'd be interested. Not this year. No was the answer. So these aren't going to move, so they've been reassigned to the select board. The next is in the recycling. Obviously, that's solid waste, and that moves over. This is only a partial list, by the way. There's some that still have remained. These are the ones that the implementation committee are requesting to, or proposing to this board that they move in terms of responsibility. So a number of them have gone from facilities to DPW. On this sheet, that's our recommendation. We have also spoken to Bill Cundiff about this. I know at least Sam and I have on one occasion, probably Sam on another occasion as well. And he's totally willing to take on these here that are listed for DPW. And then some other moving around. And the ones on the EDC at the bottom, these are ones that I've spoken to, you, Mimi, and also Karina. Some of these, or these are the 4 that have been, signed to the planning board, and they go in other places, but they're under EDC. So that's just sort of an overview. I'd be interested to hear from individuals about whether you, agree or disagree, or how you feel about this. Again, with the idea that we're just trying to come up with a solution to move it forward to get some of these goals accomplished. This is quite a number of goals. I think this might be, I actually didn't count them, but it looks like 15% of our goals. They're just not going to go anywhere unless we have a solution, but I'm happy to hear about other solutions too.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Deb, I just have a couple questions, and maybe you could even take them back to kind of get everybody's thoughts. Under pedestrian and biking, the last one on the page, strive for multi-use trail and sidewalk systems. It was under recreation, now it's under select board. Maybe that's something that trails should be involved in as well, where it talks about multi-use. And then my other 3 comments go to the Sustainability Committee, 2.2, 2.3, and 2.4, where conservation spearheaded the municipal vulnerability preparedness. Maybe that's something that could better fall under the conservation for climate change and climate change solutions and a long-term sustainability and resilience. In response to environmental, resource, and energy challenges. So that's just a suggestion, if you could take it back, and if the committee's, the committee may feel very differently about that, and that's totally fine, but I just think that falls well within the wheelhouse of conservation and the work that they've done. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Lisa. What were the numbers exactly? The 2.2 5-year action, climate action, and
You got
2.3, 2.4?
2.4.
And
Just, nope, not 3.5. I think the rationale for recycling, could stay with the select board. They're in charge of the DPW. So, and then the other one was on the first page, pedestrian and bicycling, 3.2.
Yep.
Maybe add trails. Those are my suggestions. Thank you.
Great. Thank you.
Thanks, Deb. I really appreciate the Master Planning Committee. I know you guys are a lean group that really try to accomplish a lot of amazing things, so thank you for your continued diligence on this. It makes sense. I would say just from a general perspective, I think a lot of these goals shifting to the select board is a concern, because I think we know that it probably won't be surfaced as a priority. I like Lisa's idea, too, on the conservation. For most of the comments, like facilities to DPW, if Bill is on board, I think a lot of those just seem like a good fiscal management of DPW too. So it seems like it should be innate in what's their charge as an organization. Specific to Public Works Planning Board, there were a couple that I was thinking about, and You know, I think one that for us is, as we're thinking about, there's a lot of activity happening in and around the Route 9, and I know EDC is trying to look at that. You have ED 3.6, the continue to develop, improve the sidewalk network along the Route 9 corridor. But I think and it's hard to, I think with goals, it's really important to have a primary. But I do think planning board should be involved with that, because I think we really can maybe help with the request, I think, that we saw as in the latest elections. People were interested in trying to see how we can change zoning around Route 9. We know we have some deficits with sewerage and some of the things that can really impact, and traffic and some other issues that we've brought up. But I think we're trying to figure out how to maximize the value of Route 9, and I think it would be nice if there is some sort of, whether DPW leads it, but we stay involved in some way, shape, or form. So maybe from a RACI, like we're part of it, but not accountable primary. And then the other thing is there's components around the select board, and it's just one of these things, these last three initiatives in here, the 3.3, 3.4, and 3.5. It's just one of those things that would be amazing if they could get like an intern from like a public, a college or a master's program that's looking for kind of public policy or support of government. And just an idea to throw out to our current select board is, why don't we offer things like interns where we can kind of get people to focus on ideas and have a project for limited investment. And other than that, that's all I really had. I think that personally on the site plans and improvements for the parking and some of the things around the planning board responsibilities that were in the ED 2.2 to 3.1, I think those are challenging for us to achieve. So I would agree that moving them over, but I don't know if it's going to be any less challenging for anybody to achieve. So thank you again for the support. I just, it is hard to get these things moving, right?
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that. I'll definitely bring this back to the committee. Want to hear from Mimi as well?
Thank you. It's nice to see that the master plan isn't just collecting dust on a shelf. Yeah. Appreciate it. Is there a thought to bring back the planning board or public works? I forget the name of the committee.
So I'll try to make it brief. I took a kind of a first and second pass at going back and hearing from the comments at town meeting, because remember, there really weren't that many comments.
No, they were grammatical.
Right, but what I did is I created a kind of a short version, the abridged version, two pages. I basically looked at trails and CPIC, and I said, okay, as sections of the code, they're much shorter than that was kind of a lengthy 3.5, 4 pages. Let me see how I can kind of make it a little more concise. So I did that, and just last week I had a meeting with Bill Cundiff and Sam Stivers. It was a really informative meeting, essentially, we have to understand there's no will to replace the Public Works Planning Board with anything. So we would not have the support of the Select Board, even if I were to bring it to the town for a vote, which would be as a citizen's petition. So I did mention that. I was very clear that when I was meeting with Bill, I wasn't really representing the Planning Board. Remember, I was kind of put as part of a group to take a look at that, and that group did its work. We got the first Article 33 passed, but we didn't get, the Public Works Planning Board dissolved, but it wasn't replaced with anything. So I came up with something, actually that was based off of all the work that Tim Litt had done, and Sam, and working with all the committees. So I have a 2-page version, but if I were to bring it forward, it would probably be as a citizen's warrant. So that's the first problem. But in speaking with Bill, and I think he was very honest, he didn't see the need for it, but he said something very surprising to me. He said that if it were a decision-making body, he would support it. So, and the reason I'm surprised is because we were very, very careful not to make it a decision-making body. It was advisory only. But what he said is, it takes the load off of him sometimes, that, there's a lot of things that go on that I probably don't even understand down at DPW. And if there were and he has worked with a decision-making body before, whether it's Public Works Planning, Board of Public Works, whatever it's called, but that he has worked with a board in his past, experience where they made decisions. And he said it's actually something that he would support. So that wasn't anything what we were thinking about, and it's nothing that's on the table. And, what I thought is, well, we'll continue to look at this because, I expressed my concerns that there were a number of topics that haven't had a public hearing. And I brought up specifically the Hopkinton Water Project, the water rates. I know that he came directly to the Select Board, but there was no public input on that. The St. Mark's, moving the intersection, never had a public hearing. We, of course, had a public hearing, but I mean, through the Public Works Planning Board. And there's probably, and sidewalks. I mean, if a person in town wants to know what's happening on their street, they don't know. And I'm talking about myself. Like, I know that, for example, my road is scheduled to have sidewalks, and I have no idea how to find that information. So his feeling was, he's very open, anybody can come to him, but I express my concern that you have to really be in tune to what's going on in government. You have to know, where is the topic going to be at Select Board? Is it going to be at CPIC? Is Planning Board going to cover it? Is it going to pop up at EDC? You have to be really like a fan and know. We really should have one place where we can go and know what's happening on our street. And then just the last thing I'll say is, he does have a position for an engineer. And I was very hopeful that he would hire an engineer, and I could meet that engineer, but he hasn't hired that person yet. In my experience in speaking to people who have been town engineers before, worked in these sorts of situations with DPW, is they are the go-to person, and when they have the Public Works Advisory or Planning Boards, that they usually give a list of what's happening in town, a rundown of where the projects are. So we're really losing that by not having it. So I think that it has to be revisited, but it's clear that it's not going to happen right now unless somebody wants to bring it as a citizen's petition. I have a pretty good warrant article ready to go.
So I'm very surprised, because when we moved forward with this, it was, this board supported removing Public Works Planning Board if it was replaced with the Bylaw Committee. And the Select Board was also in favor of that, as was Bill Cundiff. So I'm surprised to hear that. And up in that Bill's saying if anyone has questions, they can just come ask him. I've been trying to get answers on this Hopkinton water thing for however 4 years or whatever, how long it's been going on. And I can't get anywhere. And, there are big public works projects that people should know about before their street gets dug up. So I'm very disappointed to hear this.
And I'll also give you a quick update that we've been in the process of interviewing civil engineers for the DPW, and I think we're close. They're close to making an offer.
Oh, that's very good.
But I think that Bill envisions them watching road projects, so I don't think they'll be helpful to people to find out what's going on.
Well, is there anything that we can do as a planning board? Because part of the, I don't know if you recall this, but in the original warrant article and in the version that I made, the trimmed-down version, we would have a designee that would be most likely Karina, or a designee if Karina couldn't, a town planner position would be an ad hoc member, and I think that would have been a nice tie. But is there any desire to bring that warrant forward, or take a look at it, or anything else that we could do?
Just a quick question. In your internal department meetings, does DPW provide a list of ongoing projects and what's going on? Is that something that's internally circulated?
Not regularly. I think that if a question comes up to our office, we'll try and research it and go find an answer, so we can point them in the right direction. But we don't necessarily have been getting anything circulated. Now, Bill's only been there a year, and there is a lot of information, so he's working on trying to implement systems, but in the past, not really.
Yes, sir.
Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. Just want to deliver a comment. I'm the chair of the Municipal Technology Committee on this particular topic. This is definitely a huge frustration of citizens from our surveys we've done about visibility into what the town is doing, like when's the pothole going to be repaired, when is the street going to be repaved, et cetera. So we've been exploring with Bill, the DPW, possibly using software to provide that visibility for all town residents. Not just provide visibility, but also the ability to report issues. And there's a piece of software that is actually just an extension to Civic Plus, which our town website already uses, called See-Click Fix. And other towns around here are already using that, and allows people to both report issues as well as see the status of those issues. So just wanted to interject that we're currently under discussions with DPW about doing that, but it is definitely a known issue. There's some concern I've heard from via the select board that DPW isn't fully responsive to making that change, but we are, at least the MTC, Municipal Technology Committee, is very keen to get something in place so that all residents can see what's going on in town, what the priority thing is. The pothole or the street going to be repaved this next month, or is it going to be 3 years from now? So, thank you.
Can I ask a question, Mimi?
Sure.
See, Marguerite, I know you're here. I know you talked about a C-click. Is this what you were, looking into? Sorry, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I just figured you're here, and I know I heard you speak about it, and I just wanted to make sure it was the same program you were looking into.
Yes, it is. And the other part of it is in terms of Hopkinton, I think they've put it on hold for a while, the whole thing. To answer your question? Yes. Thank you. Anyway, just call me anytime.
Marguerite, can I just, is the C-click on hold as well? Is that, that
Some
proposal?
communities that use C-click find it's not helpful. Some find it's very helpful. So before we move to that, it would be good to make sure everybody's on the same page. Because there is a drop-down thing that the website has. And as I listen to you, one of the things that strikes me is a lot of this, like what you were saying, Deb, should be accessible on the town website for everybody. There is a plan for when every street is going to get repaved. So, anyway.
I think it's more than that too, because I think there needs to, other towns, when they're doing big public works projects, like doing paving and sidewalks and everything, they have hearings at like the plans at 25%, 50%, 75%. We don't do that. And the plans that I saw for, I guess, the Corderville Road project, that I don't know what happened to it, they were awful. And there were a lot of comments that I had, but I don't know what happened. That was the end of that.
How long ago was that, Mimi?
At least, maybe 2 years.
Yeah, it was before Bill times.
Oh, yeah. So it was the 25% plan. But who comments between 25 and 100? Not citizens.
Yeah, I just want to add a comment regarding the what was mentioned about other communities not finding C-click fix helpful. What we're trying to get to the bottom of is, these are called in software user personas. So internal employees in town is one user persona, basically the people who run the DPW. Another user persona is our citizens who want to get access to information. And I think there is some concern that if we deploy as a town a solution that provides full visibility and anybody to report anything they want, anybody to take a snapshot on their phone of a squirrel that's dead on the sidewalk, that will lead to over-reporting of issues and too much, and also might expose too much information. So I think there is some concern from our DPW about being inundated with too many requests. And so that's what we want to work with the DPW on, is balancing that. And I also want to find out from the feedback we've heard, are those feedback from other towns' DPW departments or from the citizens? Because from my understanding, the citizens, at least the comments that I've seen, that on the towns that are using this, they love it. They love being able to comment on issues and comment to each other on the potholes. So I think we need to make sure we're appeasing all parties, including the employees and the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Does anyone online have any comment on that? Okay, now we can move to the continued public hearing, MBTA Communities Overlay District and Zoning Amendment.
Would you like me to give a brief update? Okay. Just give me 1 second, I just want to pull up the letter here. So just a very, very quick update that after the last planning board meeting, I believe it's July 22nd, I'm not sure about the time frame, if it was before or after that meeting, but we did submit a pre-adoption application to the EOHLC for pre-adoption review. So the compliance model, along with the maps that include 3 sub-districts, 2 individual districts within the half-mile radius, a district along Route 9 in the vicinity of Madison Place, and then up near the northwest area of Southborough, St. Martin's Street. That, in addition to a draft bylaw, was submitted, and prior to submitting that, one of the directors, Chris Kutchman at the EOHLC, indicated that she would help expedite it through the process. So she confirmed that it was received, and also confirmed that she spoke to the team there that there was a shift in the half-a-mile radius slightly to the east, as well as confirming the 2 lots on the eastern side of that half-mile radius would be acceptable for review. So we're waiting to hear back. We figure we'll follow up with them prior to the next planning board meeting on September 9th. All this information is on the planning board website under MBTA Communities. If you have any questions, feel free to call the planning department. We'll guide you in the right direction if you want to see information on this. Also, all the information that was submitted to the state is in the planning board meeting packet that's found next to the agenda posted for tonight's meeting. So if you have difficulty finding it on the planning board website, you can also go where the agenda is posted, and it's in the packet with everything for this evening.
Just to give a brief overview of the MBTA Communities Act, the state legislature enacted a change to the zoning law, Mass General Law, Chapter 40A, which requires all towns that have a MBTA station or MBTA station adjacent to have to zone for one reasonably sized district for multifamily housing by right. And in Southborough, that means 50 acres, minimum of 750 units. And again, this is zoning. It's not a requirement to build anything. And because we have a MBTA station in town, 10 acres needs to be within a half mile of the station. And the planning board has had this as an agenda item at over 45 meetings. We had 2 public information sessions and 3 mapping sessions, and the areas that we mapped were a result of those mapping sessions and feedback from the residents. Ms. Houlihan.
I have no comments. I know you put I think we can work on simplifying the slide deck for the town meeting, but I have it now, so I'll be sure to make my recommendations. Thank you, Colleen, for your work.
Mr. Murray.
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, I think the slides look great. I did have a couple people give me some feedback on the slides and say, you really should create a slide that says how you got there, not changing the underlying zoning, trying to keep the character of the neighborhood, not having any one neighborhood that gets stuck with, all of the 10 acres, that sort of thing. And I just wanted to pass that along because I thought that was, we know how we got here, but maybe just to be able to convey that. But, that was my only comment on the slides.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. So I've just a couple quick things. Marnie and Debbie, you'll notice on the table, there's copies of a couple of letters. I didn't know if this was something that the plan, is this the proper time, Mimi? Sorry. Okay. All right, thank you. I wasn't sure if this is something the planning board wanted to do. The longer one was actually created by Milton, and then the shorter one was created for the town of Newbury. But there's a lot of really important information in there for a handout. I think one of the questions I get asked the most is, when Mimi says we have this information, what have we gotten grants in the last 5 years? What are we looking at potentially losing? And then what specific grants? And the letter from Merrimack Valley actually lists out at the bottom of the first page going into the second page. There's 13 different grants that you could lose on top of the MassWorks, Housing Choice Community Grants. I think it's a lot of really interesting information, and I just wanted to share it with the board. I didn't know if the board was interested in creating something as a handout for town meeting. I think Milton did a really good job at answering some questions, but again, that's just for the board to review. And I have a question, Mimi, if I may, actually for the planning board, and because I'm new, I'm just trying to understand. I went back through the zoning bylaw. Town council reviewed this, correct? The draft bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, so I just had a question specifically under establishment and applicability, where it talks about that the requirements of LID, special permit, shall not apply, but then it talks about that you could still use the performance standards, LID criteria may be considered. I don't quite understand that.
So by law, there can be no discretionary permits associated with this. So our low-impact development is a special permit, which is a discretionary permit. So although we can't require a special permit for LID for multifamily housing by right, we can incorporate the standards within the site plan review.
Okay, that was my question. I didn't know if they were contradictory in any way, and they're not. Okay, so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Sure.
Lisa, just your quick question. So you printed these off. I didn't see them in the Dropbox, but I think they would be helpful to kind of do a copy paste or an import and redesign if you can share those.
Yeah, I didn't give them to Colleen until late this, I found them late this
Oh,
afternoon
perfect.
as I was
Thank you.
preparing. So Colleen, would you put them in the Dropbox? You did print them, yeah, she did, she was kind enough to print them. I just wasn't sure if they'd get in the Dropbox.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea to have, I'll go through these and work on it before the next meeting. And I just want to mention, to be clear, this is a requirement by law that all 166 MBTA or 177 MBTA communities enact this zoning. So one of the things, you will lose grants, but you are still, even if you lose grants, you're still subject to civil action because it's a law. Yes, sir.
Hi, Howard Rose, 2 Mantry Road. First of all, thank you for all the work you've done on this. I have to say, though, I'm still disappointed as this board looking out for Southborough. You mentioned this is a law. There are currently 16 other towns that have already said no to this and are fighting it. I'm wondering why this board, I encourage this board to reconsider and join that fight. It's 16 now, there's 6 more pending, and there's 82 still pending. There's a big, there's nothing advantageous to this town, and I know have done a fantastic job of mitigating the damage. But at the end of the day, 750 units will add a third to our population that we just cannot absorb. Hasn't even thought about what it does to affordable housing and 40B and all that comes after that. There is nothing advantageous to this town. I encourage this board to please reconsider and say what's really on everyone's mind and no. If we have to do this at town meeting, what happens then? Because this board has the thing to, you've been working on this for 2 years. You could have simply just realized after the due diligence and said this doesn't work for our town. So I would encourage you to take a look at that as another option before we get to town meeting.
So what is the other option?
Say no. Say this is not. There's letters from 16 towns before they even went to vote. Many of them, including Milton, I think was one, that actually sent a letter back to the state and said we will not comply. This is not good for our town. We don't have to go to.
So Milton did pass the zoning,
Okay.
and then it was a citizens referendum that overturned that, and the Attorney General filed a lawsuit against them. So you would prefer to be in court for years fighting this?
Yes, actually, I would.
And so,
Because people can be elected out, and this law can be revoked if enough towns.
well,
It's an unjust law. It doesn't go against, and that's why it's really in court. It's against actual state law of domain or whatever it is. I'm not a lawyer. But the towns that are fighting this on the merits that it's not actually legal. And
Well-
instead of complying, we could actually join that fight.
so I'm unaware of this fight. I don't know who these towns are. Do you have a list of those towns?
I'll
And
share it with you later. There's a whole website, actually.
okay. But it's mass general law. In like 40B, which people don't like either,
Yep.
it's been fought over and over and over in town, and it's in courts, and it's been upheld. The legislature can enact laws that municipalities are required to abide by.
And if they're found unjust, then what? So if this is in court and it's in court with 16 other states, beyond the merits that it's not legal, then what?
It's in court with 16 others?
There's lawsuits. I forget the first town, but they're supposed to be going to court, and they're being sued for not doing it, and their fight back is it's not.
Well, Milton is the one.
There's 16 other towns that have said no.
I'd be interested to see that.
Okay.
So there were 13 towns that are rapid transit communities that were required to pass it by 12/31/2023. And 12 did. Milton was the only one that didn't, and there's been a lawsuit filed. Then there's another group who are, that we are in, that is required, and I think it's the largest group, to be compliant by 12/31/2024. And then there are others that aren't required until 12/21/25. So when you say others aren't in compliance, there's only one that's not in compliance, and that's Milton.
Okay. You know better than I'm not up to speed on it. I'm watching what I'm seeing just on news, et cetera, that there's 16 other towns that have voted no and are doing that. So I would encourage us to vote no as well, and if that means a town meeting saying no, then we'll encourage that. But this is bad for our town.
So
So any guidance you have to defeat this, would you be sharing that? Any guidance to defeat this? Everything I've been hearing this is finding a way to make this pass. What guidance do you have to this town for us to say no?
Well, as a planning board member, I feel obliged to abide by the law. So, and this was intended to help a housing crisis in Massachusetts and to encourage alternatives to large single-family homes. And that was the diversification of housing stock was one of the major goals of the master plan.
And forgive me, I see this as the state taking the easy way out and putting it in our backs instead of the alternatives that are out there. So it should be fought. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Could you just say your name one more time, so for the, Howard Rose, okay.
Howard Rose, 2 Bantry Road.
I'm sorry, Howard, thank you.
I have a map up behind us.
Hi, Freddie Gillespie, 78 Southfield Road. And I spoke a lot at the last meeting about why I thought the choice for the 2 lots on Southfield Road that are ready to be built right away as soon as this is passed for 90 units. You can say 77 is what the compliance model says. However, this board has consistently said you don't build them, you just zone for it. And what you're zoning for is 90 units. And another misstatement is that the underlying zoning will prevail. And people need to know. Anyone who has, by right, 15 units an acre and can't fit them on has every legal ability to go to the ZBA. So we should fully expect no 2.5-story tall buildings, no setbacks, whatever it takes to get the 90 units in. But I don't want to begrudge that because I said it last time and the planning board wasn't really interested in hearing it. So I will say I was told to look at what other maps could be done. And I will say during the mapping session where you reached out with postcards to everyone in the half mile, but not to the people who live near the lots you added in. That's interesting, don't you think? They weren't at the tables voting. Move it to the east. 5 tables said move it to the east. But 6 tables plotted out the same lots in their neighborhood. And somehow I lost the paper I was bringing, but I will tell you, table 2, table 3, table 5, table 2, 3, 4, 7, and 8, all mapped out the same lots that were in compliance, that had over 5 acres. You know, you had to shift them around a little bit, but the same lots over and over again, meeting the 75 units and 5 acres there. And instead, you've chosen to move it in an unacceptable, I mean, you just said it was a housing crisis and you're responding to that. Then please explain why. In the rest of the town, the north side of town, there's not one parcel that's going to be built right away. And I heard this board say more than once when property owners of large properties wanting to build said, why didn't you choose mine? And you said, because you heard from the citizens that they don't want ready to build. So you chose Madison Place that's already built. You chose an industrial lot that's got a functioning business over on the Marlborough line. And then on the south side of town, the most vulnerable area, you chose 6 acres that wasn't even in the zone. You had a petition for it, 90 units by right, and no, it's in the most environmentally sensitive area in town, mapped by the state as a core biodiversity habitat, right on the other side of the tracks. That's going to be negatively impacted by this. But there's no environmental review. Lower impact development, I want to say, you're going to include it as a consideration. If you really think that's going to work, let's get rid of the special permit for all of the review for lower impact development. Because you know and I know it's not going to happen. You might get some of it, but you can't make them happen, which is why a special permit's required. Or if it was so easy to happen, we wouldn't make everyone else jump through the special permit hoop. So, am I upset about this? I am. No traffic study. Using other numbers, we're talking 450 to 700 cars trips a day on Southville Road. Half one way, half another. I'm looking at 250 at a minimum going by my house every day that aren't going by today. Woodbury, Woodland, Oak Street, they're all going to get it. And if you don't think that's a concern when you're passing this and you're saying it's a housing crisis, well, put the housing in the other parts of town that are going to be less impacted than Southville Road, which is already overstressed, underappreciated by the town, and your most vulnerable neighborhood with the most affordable housing in town.
Good evening. Bonnie Faniff, 179 Middle Road. Thank you for the work. I have to say it is a hard document to understand and follow, so I'm going to ask some very simple questions. If you could put up your District 1B, if you are able to do that. It says that the position relative to the principal street, you have Blendon Woods and you have Woodland. So does that mean 2 different developers could come in and build facing either one of those streets? Or you could connect Blendon Woods to Woodland if you're really successful, correct?
Well, there are 3 separate lots.
I know, but if you, let's assume you're able to acquire 2 of them. Could you extend Blendon Woods to Woodland Road? Is there a way to prevent that from happening? Am I making myself clear?
So you're saying build on
If you
Blendon
put up
but
the
front on
District
Wood?
1B, the map. One parcel is 2.77. It's on Blendon Woods. And the other 2 face Woodland Road. If you were successful in acquiring another property on Woodland Road and Blendon Woods, could you connect those 2 streets together? Or is there a mechanism not to have that happen?
To put a road through there, you mean?
Yes.
Well, other than the stream that goes through there,
Well,
that would,
We have streams in other areas that have bridges. But there's no mechanism not to do that. My understanding? I'd be interested in the answer to that.
well, so I'm not an engineer or a developer, I don't know.
I know,
but-
but I know where there are bridges in town that fire departments have recommended. All right, and the excluded property in that zone as well, which is the brook, the setbacks, and the flood zone. I went to the FEMA map of Worcester County, and the majority of that's underwater. And actually, if you go to the fire department, you find out we've pumped out many homes over there. So is that land excluded on the map? So you still
we'll have
have
to-
your 5 acres?
We can look by looking on the town GIS mapping. There's a layer we had put on there that shows excluded maps. Maybe we can pull that up if you
All right.
want to wait 2 seconds.
That's okay. I'm just trying not to ask these questions on town meeting floor. And the easement, the driveway easement between the 2 properties, is that excluded?
Hold on, we'll check.
It's
Probably
jointly
not.
owned.
I think the
No,
excluded
the
land
the
is-
easement stays, but it's not excluded land.
Okay. And then the other question I have on page 7, and then it runs into page 8 of the regulations, building shared outdoor space, number 5. Multifamily housing shall have a common outdoor space that all residents can access. Such a space may be located in any combination of ground floor, courtyard, top, or terrace. Who in their right mind would want youngsters on a rooftop of any building? Is there any way we can strike that?
Bonnie, just reference one more time.
I'm sorry, it's on page 8,
Yep.
number 5. Can you strike the word rooftop?
So that is the section that says buildings. It's section,
Shared outdoor space.
yeah, it's General Development Standards, Section G, number 5.
Yep.
Which is building shared outdoor space, which says multifamily housing shall have common outdoor space that all residents can access. Such space may be located in any combination of ground floor, courtyard, rooftop, or terrace. So just say again what,
Could you strike the word rooftop? I mean, that could become a real annoyance to the abutters. You don't need to give me that answer tonight, but I'd certainly be interested in that if I lived in the area. The other question I have on District 2, Turnpike Road. Being a former selectman and representing you and part of the EMC project, back in 2013, there's a plan. You can see the outline of the road through the green space on your plan, District 2. That is part of MassDOT study area for road improvements on Crystal Pond Road. There's a number, there's a design plan. It hasn't been, I'm sorry, am I talking too fast? On District 2,
no, we're just a little bit slow, Bonnie, hold on.
I'm sorry.
It's not you. The machines don't respond quickly.
Next to Madison Place, you can see a road behind the 3 office buildings. In between Madison and the 3 office buildings.
Yeah.
There is a Route 9 and Crystal Pond Road intersection improvement. That area there, I don't know if it's excluded or not, That's for the Route 9 improvement, which would bring you down to the Crystal Pond light. It adds an additional lane. I'll give it to you. So you have it. I was follow up on that to see if there's moving forward.
Just leave, I'll grab it. Just thank you so much.
So you're saying that right there?
I don't see your pointer.
All right,
You can see a shadow road. You see Madison Place.
This,
yes,
To the right of that,
here,
that goes all the way down to Crystal Pond.
yes, here.
It's to eliminate the U-turn on Route 9. So I would check with MassDOT. There's a project number on file to see if they're going to move forward with that. That's all I have, but thank you for the work. Again, Hopkinton did go to that.
they're coming back in December.
I know, but right now,
Yeah, yeah.
Could I get a chance to comment?
To the microphone.
Is this what you handed out previously to us, that you gave us in July?
I added to it. But I did give the same letter. I was too lazy looking at it.
Okay. So Mr. Heavy had provided a similar package back in July, right? And now you've added some information to this packet? Okay.
Do you want me to look into this? I don't know how.
My name is Bob Hebe. I own the property on the corner of Woodland Road and Route 9. And I'd like to talk about my property, which I've given you a letter on, and also the pieces that you've picked, which really kind of staggered me because it's the furthest piece of property in the town from the train station. I don't think there's another piece of property that's further away. You've got it designated as District 3. There's no entrance onto that property from Southborough. You actually only can get into it by going into Marlborough. Part of that property, I believe, is actually in Marlborough. But I'm not, that's a dispute between the two towns. I have no interest in how that falls out. But it is 6+ miles away from the train station. So if somebody needs to get to the train, that's the furthest point to get to it. Doesn't meet very many of the criteria that the state has. I want to talk about my project for a second, on my property. I'm 2 miles, possibly less, from the train station. I'm straight down Woodland Road. No turns, just stay on Woodland Road. It'll take you right to the train station. I meet just about everything that they ask for. I have sidewalks. I have retail. I got restaurants, post office, liquor store. Everything, it's in my letter there. But just about everything that the state says, the type of things they want. Place for children, childcare, playground. There's everything within walking distance of that site. I also included a picture of what we're proposing. And we're proposing a building that would sit on Route 9, would dress Route 9 up dramatically, including the property there. Because quite honestly, I happen to be aware of the fact that I have the ugliest buildings in the town right now sitting on my property. So I think it would be advantageous, if nothing else, for people driving through town to, I don't know if anybody out here can see this, but just propose. There are no residential abutters to my property. I gave you a letter that was submitted to me, or to you, actually, from Ferris Development, which is the owners of the drugstore right next door to us, in favor of this. I haven't found a negative on my property, and yet you haven't considered it. This letter I wrote that you got was sent to the governor
13.
of Massachusetts, Maureen Healy. Because I wasn't getting very far with you, I decided to see what she had to say. I also sent it to, I believe, everybody working, or just about everybody, on this program for her. I did tell them I was going to reach out one more time to you to see if there's some resolution to this. If not, I will continue on my conversations directly with them. And from what I can gather, this governor can be a tough cookie. She doesn't like people thinking they're just going to not do what's right. And you have an obligation. I know we're a snotty town, and we don't want any lowlifes in the town. That's fine. But there's a lot of nice people who do have a right to live in this town. And I think it's time to get over it and come around and do what's right. If you have any questions, I'd be only too happy to answer.
Mr. Heavey, we did allow you to hand out information at our mapping session. It was on every table. And all the properties, excuse me, I let you speak. All the properties that were mapped were put through a rubric, and we picked the top 3, and yours wasn't in the top 3. So we gave you due consideration as every other property that was mapped.
I was there with some other people, and you are right, I did put stuff on the table, all the tables. And somebody there, I'm not sure exactly which person, picked it all up and gave
I took it back because you put things on the table with the planning board, and I didn't want people to think that that was something that the planning board was handing out. And I handed it back to every table. I said, the owner of this property would like it to be considered. I said to every single table, so every table had your
I
information.
didn't see you give it back, so I apologize. I did know that.
I told you I would. I just said I didn't want it to appear as if it was part of the planning board information.
Okay, well, I didn't intend to make them think it was. I thought I was pretty clear when I spoke that it was not that I was putting it up there because I wanted it to be considered. There weren't that many people there. There were less than 100, I think, altogether. You had 8 tables, 10 tables. And there were people going around all the tables saying, don't do this, don't do this. Pick the ones that can't be developed. Now, you were there, you must have heard it too. I don't know the gentleman's name, but there was a
I did not hear that.
single table. And he came to the table I was at, and he was pretty aggressive because I said, well, I have a piece that I think it should be considered, and it's ready to develop. He said, well, we don't want anything that's ready to develop. So, you know, that wasn't the best decision of where people were who wanted to do stuff and didn't. There was a little bit of animosity in there. As I say, there's a few snotty people in town who don't want anything to happen. And that gentleman was one of them. Is there any other questions you'd like me to respond to?
Any other questions?
Mr. Heavey, thank you for coming. I know that I met you at your site to look at the property. I know one of our concerns, or my concerns, was just the water running through the property. I know it's a sizable piece of property. Ms. Luttrell, our chair, and the entire team put together a rubric, and we did go through the rubric. So I would agree, we gave the property fair diligence as we did the other property owners that came across. It did not pop up into the top 5, I would say, not even the top 3. What we've tried to do is put forward a plan that kind of hits every part of town, lower, middle, and north. It is a law that we are obligated to meet, and we feel that the properties that were put forward and the rubric that we all agree to, that's where we've landed. I had encouraged you to think about other alternative ways that you could develop the land, because there are other ways to develop the land that aren't just subject to the MBTA law, that are viable, that could actually bring more affordable housing than the MBTA law, which is only 10%. And I think what we need is affordable housing in this town. And so if there's an opportunity for you to explore other alternatives, and I know that I'm not the expert here on what those alternatives are, but I thought our town planner and Colleen are very knowledgeable to be able to help you to support that. And I don't know if you did follow up with them, but that was our advice after the diligence
I
process.
just can't understand why you intentionally pick properties. The one over there that I talked about is owned by an organization from California. They've just built a building there that I guess they pretty much control as far as occupation on it, that will never be taken down. So that's one that shouldn't even be on there. It'll never get built. Of course, that's what you're looking for. But that's not the way the state's going to look at it. You're not playing the game fairly. You're trying to throw stuff in there to sneak around this, and I don't think you will.
So
The state, when they step in, will step in.
we've been working very closely with the Executive Office of Housing and Living Communities, and they fully expect that some of the overlays are going to already have buildings on them. There are 2 towns that have been approved in the state, Lexington and Arlington, and their overlays already have buildings on them. So that's not true that the state is only looking for vacant buildings. This is a zoning article, it's not a building article.
When you have a piece that is ready and could be built on, why would you pick a piece that just had new construction done? That's, you can dance around it in a million ways and say, well, we didn't do that. You did do it. You picked a piece that's the furthest piece in the town, number one, from the train station. It'll never get built for housing. The particular building is a specially built building. The owner's a California corporation. Do you think they're going to want to build housing there? Of course not.
I have no idea.
Well, I think you should research if you're going to.
But we did not do deep research on every parcel that was chosen, nor was that our obligation.
You've only chose 3 areas. It wouldn't be a big deal. You'd go to the tax assessor. He could tell you almost everything you want to know on each of the pieces. Find out who owns them, what are they doing with them, and what's the chance
That is not our obligation.
I know. Thank you.
Anyone else on this? Anyone online?
We currently have 10 attendees and no hands raised in the Zoom.
Mimi, can I make one final point?
Certainly.
So am I not correct in that the areas that were picked met the compliance model? And that they
You're
were
correct.
selected at a mapping session, whether it was 25 people or 100 people, it was interested people in Southborough that came out and wanted their voice heard. Am I incorrect? And
3 different mapping sessions.
okay, thank you.
Mimi, can I add? In my conversations with Chris Kletchman, who is the head of what used to be DHCD, she's aware of what was picked here and that there's buildings on it. And she said that's what towns are doing.
Yes.
Bonnie Faniff again. All of you know I'm an advocate for affordable housing. And I just listened to that conversation. And if you drove by each of those parcels that we picked as a community, I'm sure you did, I assume you did. The one that was just spoken about is separated from a road by a railroad track. And it backs up to the DCR filtration plant. And if this is family housing, you have to ask yourself, why would we pick that? Were we unaware that the railroad track separated you from the rest of the town? To a high school, to a school, to work? Or that it backs up to a filtration plant for the DCR? I'm just trying to be fair here.
Hi, this is David Ferris of 78 Turnpike Road. I'm the direct abutter to Mr. Heavey's property. And, you know, last time I spoke on this topic was about a week or two before you were getting ready to go to town hall, and I gave this board my, frankly, legal advice as being a lawyer, looking at the spirit of a law, the intent of a law, and then never to confuse what others are doing and what seems the order of the day to be compliant and ordinary. And my advice at that last time I talked on this subject was, don't trust Bowler Engineering as your legal counsel. Trust your town counsel, who's the lawyer in the room. But I think in this case, you know, Bonnie raises a good point about the affordable housing issue. Never met Bob other than seeing him speak before you. And being a direct abutter to a parcel that looks very run down and unsightly next to the Walgreens that we own, I would like to see that changed, and I would like to see some affordable housing, or frankly, anything better than what's there. And I said in my last comments before this whole mapping session, and everyone relied on Bowler, and I warned this board, you go back and look at it on YouTube. I said, rely entirely on Bowler and you're going to end up with a major problem. And the problem may not manifest itself immediately, but later down the road when people, you know, start, one case is won in some random town, then it trickles over. It goes back to the spirit and intent of what the legislature was trying to achieve with this law. And it's quite obvious they were trying to achieve some level of affordable housing. So I think Mr. Heavey's point of, for lack of a better term, including a rubrics that heavily weighs towards existing structures where you know there won't be built, it becomes very transparent what's really going on, is to avoid construction for affordable housing. But you should own it and just say that's really what it is, so a guy like him doesn't keep coming to the mic confused. And from my standpoint, being a direct abutter, who's probably the most impacted individual in the community with an unsightly building on it, I think this is what good planning boards do. They work with the developer or the owner of a parcel, and they help entitle it so that there's a path to improve the look and corridor of our community. Right now, that corridor in the community is unsightly. And all you have to do is read the news and look at how many Walgreens are closing, right? There's a lot of them. And they're closing because they're not seeing the frequency of trips. The math is $3.5 million of revenue for that store leads to 11 million of prescription sales. That's why we bought it. The way people keep going to places like that, and that becomes an urban center, is because it has some critical inertia. What you don't want is a dark, empty Walgreens when the term of that lease expires, or frankly, before it expires. And the way you keep a vibrant community is when you have an opportunity that's a very light, low lift to change the entitlements that run with that land with a guy who doesn't have a lot of wherewithal to do it, and a huge legal and civil engineering team like we do, is you give him the opportunity to include his parcel. And I think I said this before, and the last time I gave this advice, I really think it should be noted by all of you. 2 weeks later, the entire Bowler model blew up. So the model may be compliant now, and I think it probably is, and I thank you for the work, because I know it's a lot of meetings, and it's a lot of time, and nobody's being paid for it. But I do think as a direct abutter in that one location, it's an upgrade for everybody in town, and maybe it provides some affordable housing that's really needed in the place that it really should be, which is on Route 9 and not in neighbors' backyards that have expensive homes that ought to be part of a more rural lifestyle. That's my only comment. Thank you.
Just to be clear, there's no requirement for affordable housing in the legislation. And we did not seek legal counsel from Bowler. Is that it with that one? No one? Okay. The next item on the agenda is a public hearing, 250 Turnpike Road, Contractor's Yard Building, Major Site Plan Approval. This is the opening of the public hearing. Sorry, we need to continue the MBTA communities.
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for the MBTA Communities Overlay District zoning amendment to September 9th, 2024 at 7 p.m.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
It's now the opening of the public hearing for 250 Turnpike Road.
Good evening. Would you like me to begin?
No, Karina will update us.
Okay, good to go? Okay. It's a public hearing notice for major site plan approval, 250 Turnpike Road, Assessors Map 27, Parcel 2A. Per Section 17410 of the Southborough zoning code, the planning board of the town of Southborough shall hold a public hearing on Monday, August 19th, 2024 at 7:10 p.m. in the Thomas J. McAuliffe Hearing Room, second floor, Townhouse. 17 Common Street, Southborough, Mass., to consider the application of FD 250 Turnpike LLC regarding the property at 250 Turnpike Road for major site plan approval. This public hearing is regarding a proposed contractor's yard with a 14,400 square foot new building that will house 10 contractor bays on the parcel, which is located in an industrial zoning district and Residence A zoning district. A copy of the application and plans can be viewed at the planning office at the Southborough Townhouse during normal business hours or online in the Agenda Center at https://www.southboroughmass.ma.gov/agendacenter/planning-board-29. Any person wishing to be heard on the proposed plan should appear at the time and place designated or join the hearing by going online to www.southboroughma.gov/674/virtual-meetings. Mimi Luchel, Chair, Southborough Planning Board. Okay, and quick update. So, a quick update. Originally, we received a submission in May of 20th, 2024. It was not a complete application, so I provided information back to the applicant to provide supplemental information. Another round of information was submitted with plans. I reviewed the file. There were some fixes that had to be done, and then eventually on July 11th, 2024, we received submission number 1C, which is now submission 1, which was considered to be a complete application in order to file with the town clerk. Let's see here. On July 24th, 2024, we filed the major site plan approval application with the town clerk. We received the application fees and a partial consultant review fee, which we were waiting so that we could get an exact estimate from Fuss & O'Neill, which they eventually provided. Submission number 1 was submitted to Fuss & O'Neill. It was also submitted to the planning board and to town departments for review. A legal ad was filed with the town clerk on July 24th. Legal ads went to towns and cities as required, neighboring towns and agencies as required. The legal ads were run in August 5th and on August 12th, which we confirmed. We received 2 comments, 2 departments provided comments back. One was the fire department, and then also the building department. I believe so far you have the building department comments, but we'll be forwarding you the fire department comments
Colleen had forwarded that to us already.
this afternoon, right? Okay, so you did get that. Oops, sorry. So currently, and then the applicant provided a supplemental review fee to cover the cost for the town's engineering consultant. on August 14th. And also, just so you note, there was a second abutters list because the first one had expired. So they provided a second updated certified abutters list, which I believe was found to be similar, but they're only good for 90 days. And that brings us to this evening. We did receive green cards. They were required on Thursday. However, you brought them in on Friday. And I just want to emphasize that we have that requirement for Thursday so that we have an opportunity to check them. Okay? Before the hearing on Monday. So there were 2 abutter notices that were returned or didn't come back. Did you get the envelopes for those? Did you
No.
get return envelopes or receipts?
Didn't receive anything back.
Did you provide us with the mailing slips for those?
I did, the white
Okay.
slips.
Good, okay. So all of those were there, except for 2 green cards were not returned. And that brings us to this evening. We're currently awaiting Fuss and O'Neill's review of the major site plan application. So that brings us to opening of the public hearing this evening, public hearing number 1.
Good evening.
Good evening.
If you could introduce yourselves.
Absolutely. Good evening, Chair Luttrell, Planning Board members, Karina, Colleen. My name is George Bonan. I'm Assistant General Counsel with Ferris Development Group. To my left is Ferris Development Group's Chief Operating Officer and General Counsel, Brian Charville. Also in the gallery is our civil engineer from Expedited Engineering, James Tatro. And also in the gallery is the company's principal, David Ferris. We're here tonight seeking a major site plan approval to construct a contractor's yard building at 250 Turnpike Road. I'm sure you're all very familiar with the site, but allow me to quickly refresh your memory. The site is roughly 4.9 acres. It abuts Route 9 East and Parkerville Road, sits in both the industrial and residence A zoning districts. The west side of the property hosts a 3-story self-storage building, formerly an office building, which you will remember that the applicant sought a major site plan approval not too long ago, and which was ultimately approved. The east side of the property has serviced the former office building as a parking lot for over 30 years. With the office building now having been converted to a self-storage building, the site simply does not need the parking it once did. Prior to applying for the major site plan approval in front of you tonight, the applicant acquired a special permit from the zoning board, which allowed 2 principal uses and 2 buildings on 1 lot. The one condition as to the ZBA's special permit was that the contractor's yard building was to wholly remain in the industrial zoning district. The ZBA approved the special permit on January 29th, 2024, and it was recorded on February 22nd, 2024. Subsequent to the ZBA special permit approval, but before submitting the major site plan application, Attorney Charville and myself had a pre-application meeting with representatives from the various departments in town. We listened to their concerns, their suggestions, and we implemented those suggestions into the site plan you see here tonight. I'll now switch to the focus of tonight, which is the building itself. We are seeking to construct 1 new building, 60 feet by 240 feet in size, on the east side of the property, which is currently the existing parking lot. The interior of the building will be divided into 10 equal-sized bays, all 1,440 square feet in size. Each bay will have its own roll-up garage door, a hinge door in the front, and a hinge door in the rear that acts as a means of second egress. Due to the dip in elevation, the west side of the building will have 24-foot walls. The east side of the building will have 29-foot walls, but will appear and be level throughout. The building sits atop of an existing septic tank, a portion of which will continue to service the office building and the new contractor's yard building, and a portion of which will be decommissioned simply because it's just too large right now. The existing pavement to the rear of the building is to be removed and replaced with 20-foot wide grassed fire lane. This is a pervious surface which resembles a grassy area but has the load capacity to hold emergency access vehicles. The grass fire lane will be separated from the rest of the parking lot by gate, which only emergency access vehicles can access. I'll note that the fire department comment letter that Karina had mentioned previously is in full support of this grass lane, this pervious surface in the rear of the building. Lastly, there will be no change to the ingress and egress of the site. The existing ingress and egress will be the only means of entering the site, and there will be no addition onto Parkerville Road. With that, I'll take questions.
Before you proceed, Mimi, can I just add a couple of other documents we got this afternoon, just so that everybody's aware. We did receive resident comments from a Mark Davis, 13 Skylar Drive, late this afternoon. I'll forward that to you
Thank you.
in the morning, so that you can see what is being said. Do you want me to read any of it, Mimi, or just note that we have this comment letter, email from the resident? If that's sufficient for you, we can forward it to you
That's fine.
in the morning. Right. Then also, let me just check this, because this just came in too. Yep, that's 120. I put that in there. Let me just look at one more thing. I just wanted to point out specifically from the building department, the letter from the building commissioner. He opined that if there are 8 or more parking spaces, there shall be provisions for identifying individual spaces through use of segmented bumper strips or other similar permanent means according to 174-12B surfacing. He said, I do not see provisions for the bumper strips as required. And then loading requirements, per section 174-12D, not fewer than the number of loading spaces indicated in the following table should be provided, and for buildings that are between 5,000 and 15,000, and for storage, 1 loading space is required. And then he requested, in regards to 174-12E parking requirements, an updated parking count to be denoted for both buildings by use on the approved site plan for future reference.
Yes, we have reviewed Commissioner Lund's comment letter, and those suggestions, that feedback will be implemented in the second iteration of our site plan in tandem with any changes that are a result of peer review.
Okay, and the fire department had also commented, and I just want to go over some of these, and that is, all turns, access, and cul-de-sacs shall be designed to accommodate vehicles to the American Association of State Highway Transportation Officials, AASHTO, bus-45 design standard. So when you do your turning radiuses, just make sure when you're showing those, I didn't look at the exhibit myself, but Fuss and O'Neill will review it, that it meets that standard of the truck turning, because there are different types of vehicles you can pick. And then all drainage culverts, septic system components, underground utilities, and chambers shall be designed to AASHTO H20 and HS20 weight loading. That's so that if fire trucks do go over, they don't impact the infrastructure.
Yes.
And then access roads and streets require 20-foot wide unobstructed width per NFPA 1, Chapter 18. So I'm not sure about your access road. You have a 16-foot long sliding gate. Is that?
No, well, the gate itself is 16 or 18 feet. I can't,
Yeah.
I believe it's 16, but the width of the access way is 20 feet.
Okay, just
So if it's a matter of extending the gate, we can do that.
Okay. And then access gates must be accessible by either security or Knox box keyed to the town of Southborough. There's standard comment on building numbering, and fire lanes must be clearly marked. We have agreed that the C side of the building will be grassed, however, we'll still be able to support the weight of fire apparatus. The standard condition for fire hydrants, at least 18 inches into the grass, et cetera. Just seeing if there was anything unusual here. Adequate water supply and door numbering. So some of these are standard and some are specific to
Yeah.
that. I just want to make sure the public is aware of that.
Absolutely.
Okay. All right, sorry about that. Didn't want to miss it.
Thank you. Ms. Houlihan.
Yeah, I guess, so thank you. Nice to see you again. I just have kind of two questions. The first was around where it sits right next to the residential line, and just understanding if there's a buffer zone, because I would expect there'd be a buffer zone with the residential lot line between industrial and residential, and there's no buffer zone there. And then the second question is really just around the lighting plan. So I just want to say thank you for a very thorough lighting plan. The only thing that I could not find was your Alcon, the last lighting fixture schedule, the Alcon lighting. There was no bug rating. I mean, everything else is perfect and right within our specs, and I just needed to see the bug rating for that. But it meets the lumenscapes. I'm like the photometric person here on the board, so I was very happy to see that plan.
That was for the Alcon lighting?
Yeah, it was the last one on the fixture schedule. And it just, in the date, the information provided, potentially that the company doesn't provide this, but if there's just no bug rating. So it's, right now, like, it's kind of a requirement, I think, by law, but they didn't give you that in their information package.
I'll see what I can do about acquiring that.
I mean, it's one out of the multiple. Everything else is well within the range. You fit within the photometric plan, so I was pleased. And I think my biggest question was just around the buffer zone.
All set? Mr. Maria?
Hello, good to see you guys again. So I just have also two quick questions. On the fire chief's letter, I couldn't quite make out whether these are things that he wants you to do or have already been taken care of. I saw his note says it's well within the 10-minute response time. Seems that he was pretty pleased. But are some of these things just not noted on the plan, or have you spoken to the fire chief?
I have not spoken to the fire chief, but by the way the comment letter reads, it seems as though some of the things he had listed are just general items that he wants us to be aware of, and then there may be one or two specific items. Specifically, like he supported the grass pervious surface in the back.
Okay. Yeah, I thought it was sort of a general letter too, and I said, well, he seemed pretty pleased with it, with his, message on response times. The other question I wanted to ask you is, what do you anticipate the contractor bays to be used for? Is it mostly storage, or could somebody go in there and, like, start up a forge?
I would anticipate it being mostly storage of equipment or materials used by contractors.
Okay.
That's the best description I could give.
And the hours to go in there is, let me just make sure I understand it, because I think people have a right to go in and get their things, right? So it's the same as the Beehive currently, the hours of operation, or can somebody go in overnight, they need to get their things, and it's off hours?
It's currently, it currently coincides with the Beehive's business hours at the moment.
Okay, and what are those?
Those, I believe, are,
Yeah, it's early to late, so 6 a.m. till 10 p.m.
Okay, and Brian, I know I asked you, and you said, Debbie, you asked me 3 times about the noise, but I did want to bring up noise again. So we know we have a noise bylaw in town, and so I just want to make sure that if someone decides they are going to do something that makes noise, that there's recognition that we have a noise bylaw. So what will you do if there's complaints, and you may hear it on the property because you might have residents there? How do you anticipate if somebody says, well, I'd like to use this contractor bay and I want to start, like, grinding stones or making, wrought iron signs.
Yes, I think the best way of handling that is just citing the zoning bylaw on each one of our leases, and then if it becomes an issue, we could enforce it like any landlord would civilly.
Yeah, we have a lot of experience with this, especially with the office tenants, where we've done hundreds of leases with all sorts of different operators. And now it's expanded to self-storage at the Beehive building. And so we're accustomed to making sure that our leases cover, anybody that would be an outlier use.
Okay, good. That's my question.
And I would just to go back to your first question, I think even though the Beehive hours are 6 to 10, we anticipate that one physical change is that if approved, this building would no longer have an access gate on the Route 9 side. And it wouldn't be unlike our office tenants in the sense, at our buildings at 118 or 120 Turnpike, those office tenants have 24/7 access to their space. It's by card access or key, but part of it is they have their space really at all times.
Yep.
And so we would limit the activities by lease about what can happen in their spaces, but they would have access 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for coming. Thank you for submitting very thorough plans. Just a couple quick things for tonight. First, I wanted to thank the building inspector. I really appreciate his due diligence and his letters. It not only helps you as a proponent, but it helps us as a planning board. These were a couple of the questions that I had that he's already addressed, so that makes it a lot easier. Just 2 points. With the potential 40B coming in and using that same space, is there a way to map on the plans in relation to the building? It would be much easier for me to envision, for the turnaround of trucks and whatnot, seeing, again, it could be a dotted line, something very simple, just to know that that's coming and where it may be in relation to this building.
I think it's better if we wait for the 40B site plans to come out, as they will shortly.
Okay, fair enough.
And it'll be much more clear as to where the access road or access way would be going into the 250 Turnpike.
Okay, fair enough.
lot.
Just know that that's something I'm interested, again, just for a comparison to kind of see in relation to the building is all.
The basic path, if you're looking at what we have on the screen right
Yep.
now, would be in the blank area to the left.
That's what I thought, but
Route 9 at the north, down
Right.
to the tree line at the south.
it would just might be nice to see, that's all. And my next question is actually, Mimi, I'm going to toss this one to you, actually, because I'm not quite sure and I couldn't find anything on this. Knowing that it's going to be a contractor's bay and there may be articles stored there, does anything fall under the jurisdiction of planning board as far as if there's chemicals stored there, and how does that get addressed? Because I don't know the answer, so.
So, fire department would probably be the likely jurisdiction, and then if there's any implications, possibly the Board of Health. I think that conservation would also be concerned for containment purposes, especially because they have the wetland areas that are configured as detention basins, but they are considered wetland areas. So any chemicals in proximity to that would be of pretty decent concern to conservation.
Okay, so it's not necessarily a planning board concern at this point, other than to just voice it? And again, I know you don't know who's going in there, and you don't know what they have. I understand that, but I
Yeah,
just,
and I'll be able to answer that better next
okay,
meeting, because I'm going to look at a prior similar project where there were some pretty intricate conditions involved around what was stored and the uses, et cetera. So hold that thought.
okay.
And at the next meeting, I'll hopefully have some answers.
Okay, fair enough. And the last thing is actually for me, but I'll let you know, I intend to go out and just take a look at, excuse me, Mr. Freiberg's property. I know that this is in close proximity to the building. I just want to make sure there's adequate screening there for him as well, and I haven't had the opportunity to go look at that yet, but just so you know, I plan on doing that. Thank you.
If I, briefly back to access, part of our commitment to the abutters regarding the 40B project is that access even to the 40B would be via Route 9 and not via Parkerville. Correct. So that's why it'll be in this path.
Yep, thank you.
Correct.
that it? Thank you.
One question while I'm thinking of it. I noticed Mr. Stein was not here tonight. Is he expected at future instances of this hearing?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
So he will be providing Mullins forms for the 2 public hearings we held tonight.
I want to be sure to ask one.
No, I have it on my note to say it at the end.
Thanks.
Okay.
Okay. On the previous site plan, there were existing trees that were required to be preserved as part of compliance with the landscaping, but they're not showing up on the existing conditions plan, and they were on the previous old plan. I'm hoping they're still there.
May I ask which trees are you referring to?
There are trees on the western property line and then trees along Route 9. And also, well, that's question number 1.
I think that's just an omission on our
James,
part.
can you just identify
Oh, sure.
yourself?
James Tatro from Expedited Engineering. To the chair, I think that's just an omission on our part because we knew nothing was concerned with the upper self-storage part of the building that is being proposed here, and we simply, it's an omission.
Well, so it's the site, so I wanted to make sure that the site was as it was supposed to be. Also, there's an existing cherry tree that shows on the plan to remain, and has been removed.
Where's
Right,
that? cherry
it's
tree
right
located?
to the north of the eastern portion of the Beehive building.
North of the east.
We're going to call up the plan. Just give us a second. Oh, the current plan? Well, it should be shown on this as an existing, in the existing conditions plan of the current plan set that's been submitted under
Yeah,
this
yeah.
application. There should be shown an existing tree there.
Okay.
So we're just going to pull up that plan. So if you go to the existing conditions, one plan back.
I'm sorry. I can't speak to it now, but we'll look into it.
Mimi, just for our sake, can you tell us where it is? Is it along Route 9?
So I
or-
don't see that on.
So this is the existing conditions plan, so it should be on here. But if we have to, we can go back to the storage facility approved site plan, and it would be on there.
Sure.
Okay. So give us a second.
Want me to go back to the inside
Yeah, you can find it.
for the
He
storage
under-
building?
Oh, it's on the landscape plan.
Oh, don't leave it yet. Go to the landscape plan.
L9.
So we need to reflect it on the existing conditions plan, not just the landscaping.
Well, it's gone.
Oh, sorry, I thought you were saying it was shown on the landscaping plan.
It's showing on the landscaping plan, but it's not an existing tree. It's a existing piece of empty grass.
Okay.
Also, so when the Beehive building was approved, it was for interior use only, but there've been garage doors added. And when that was done, landscaping was removed. So that's a violation of the site plan that was approved.
Well, with the approval of this site plan, then it will conform to what's been built there.
So somehow, all the landscaping that was required there needs to show up someplace else. So there's not a reduction in landscaping.
Or this board could approve this site plan that's before it tonight, and then adequate landscaping could be provided.
Well, so I'm seeing the site as the site. So these things need to be addressed.
Yes, and thought is that they be addressed by the board's approval of the site plan,
Okay.
so that then there's no inconsistency.
If I may, just to address David Ferris, the developer, on that. I brought some photos this evening. I want to remind the board that we do have a good faith bond with you that is about $80K, and there was maybe $13,000 that was descriptive of the remaining entire plan as it was to be completed from your requirements. So we have a schedule of those requirements, and we fully expect that Fuss and O'Neill will hire their own independent arborist to come out and confirm that that piece is done. But to the extent that there's anything that got removed that shouldn't have been removed, we'll obviously address that with supplemental plantings to meet whatever was taken out in a good, responsible area. I think the gate looks extremely unsightly, and we did it purely to comply with the plan and get our bond money back. And that was like $67,000 of the 80 in the bond, I believe. But I did bring an easel with pictures, and I'm happy to show you that where any of the old stuff that was really overgrown or dead in front of the building, we did plant new stuff, and the same thing on the side. And that may or may not have been in your plan, but it just looked like responsible stuff to do. So there is reserved money for everything on your plan, but most of what you and the board asked for to be planted has been done. There is still some probably remaining species, and if there was a couple that were taken out in the form of like they were dead or dying, we'll add back some. And I'm happy to have anybody on the board meet with our team out there and actually pick where they go rather than do it in a room like this, because I think it's kind of an eyesore, frankly, the black gate, that people are driving by now, and just putting some greenery there while we're figuring out, the whole construction period. I mean, it's years away, and so from my standpoint, as someone who lives in the town, I'd way rather have some permanent greenery in front of there, even required or not required, and if some of that could count towards whatever's missing, I think that's a better thing. Even if the 40B were approved in a rush period, you're still talking 3 to 4 years of looking at a pretty unsightly gate on Route 9. And so, I'm fine leaving that 13 or 14 full bond money, even though we've done most of what you've asked, but I would ask that the gate money come back without a big thing. I did want to talk to the board just generically, and I know this bond issue isn't exactly on the agenda, but the 250 piece is. I would ask for a goodwill deposit from this board to just, I brought an easel with all the fencing, the 750 feet. It is all where it's supposed to be, with the exception of the rear line. And what we did to accommodate direct feedback from Karina on this issue of utilizing that last strip of parking is we brought in temporary concrete blocks to effectively achieve what you were looking for, which is lack of access on the residential portion in the back. So we put the fence where it should go, which is behind whatever this plan will be, which is further back, and we blocked off the area that you wanted to make sure it didn't get utilized. And so we brought an easel of photos and some of the species that were planted, and all the lights that you asked to get reduced. We brought pictures to show that they were all cut down and reduced to significantly lower levels, and they're all on timers, and they only go off when you walk up to them, kind of thing.
So, Dave, thank you.
Yes.
What I was referring to were plantings that, when you put forward your bond estimate,
Yes.
those were things that were already planted.
Right.
And were required in the site plan, but have since been removed.
Okay. So which ones are you referring to in the front of the building? Because I have
Yeah.
photos of what we have. Let me just grab these.
Well, so I know they've been removed. I was over there, and I was there prior to the, when you requested the bond, and knew that they were there.
Yeah, so some of these were recently planted in the front, and there's some other bigger, tall ones on the side. But, to the extent, what I think would be the most practical thing is if something's missing or was cut in the construction process, just come up with a list, or one of our associates will go out there.
That's
and we'll
what
state
I'm
what
doing
you'd
right
like.
now.
Okay, yeah.
This is
yeah.
my list.
Okay, fair. Just tell me what you need, and we'll get it in there. It'll probably take like a week. But you could still hold the full 13K till Fuss and O'Neill does their thing, but I really would like the gate piece, which you could see the gates in and the fences in. I'd appreciate it if this board could.
But
release that.
so I don't, that's not on the agenda. This is the,
No, I was more thinking it's like the 250 contractor yard, and it ties into this, and that's more of an administrative item that in most communities, like if we're acting in good faith and trying to achieve what you're asking, we would just ask that you kind of think of it like it's your money and it's our money, and maybe you return it.
so what we're doing is reviewing a major site plan right now.
I understand. Of
So
the
that-
site, yeah, where the
Right.
fence and gate are, yes.
Yeah, so in good faith, I'm going to continue on with my
Okay,
questions.
I was really stepping up to talk about the planting stuff, so you heard the message. If you give me a list of what's missing or you need and where you want it to go, we'll put it in.
Well, I wanted it where it was on the site plan, but garage doors have been put in,
Okay.
which was not on the site plan.
Yeah, so we could put extras that maybe out on Route 9 where it'll give the building some more screening, maybe in front of the fence, like that really is frankly unsightly, that I didn't want to put in to begin with. But, and we could put more to the left and right of the door, or a different species there, if that's what you think is going to give the building a little bit more screening.
I'll leave it up to your landscape architect
Yeah,
to
but
figure out.
nothing was cut on Route 9. I just want to be clear about that. Thanks.
Oh, so on the landscape plan, there are circles and hexagons that aren't in the key, so I don't know what those are.
Could you tell me where you're referring to, Chair? Madam Chair? Mind if I'll come up if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah.
To the chair, I think some of those are existing trees. For instance, I see at the very northwest corner of the property, some circles which I believe are existing trees that he's simply not identifying on the landscape plan. Are those maybe some of the ones you're talking about? Also see some hexagons right above the brick wall. Yeah, again, those may be existing shrubs that he's simply not identifying on the landscape plan.
So those should be identified.
Yep.
They will be. And just to be clear, it is the hexagons on the northern portion that Member Houlihan just circled for me on her plan. And then there's a circle to the left of that also
Yeah.
needs to be identified.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Also, there's a existing locust tree to the east in the lower parking lot that was to remain, and it's not shown on the existing conditions plan.
All right, we'll look into it.
And on the planting schedule, the eastern red cedar is identified as both TS and JV on the planting schedule.
And I have to guess to the chair, is there a distinction? Are there versions of this that are considered tree and considered shrub? Is that what he's doing there?
Kind of your plan, you should tell us.
One is a tree, one is a
We've
shrub.
gone beyond my very minor knowledge of plants.
Well,
They have the exact same Latin names, so they would have a different name if it was a different thing.
Chair Lutrell, above the TS Eastern Red Cedar, you'll see that those 3 items are trees, and then the next grouping is a group of shrubs. And even though they're of the same species, one is a tree and one is a shrub, and that's why they're identified differently. That's how I read the legend, or the key, rather. Do you see the same thing?
No.
At any rate, the question will go back to our landscape architect, are these really distinct?
See right here, JV,
Mm-hmm.
and up here is TS.
Yes, and so they're different groupings. One is a shrub and one is a tree.
And they're different heights. One's 6 feet, the other's 5.
I'm not a landscape architect, but I would think they would have different botanical names if they're a different species.
I'll inquire with our landscape engineer as to why it's
This and this,
categorized this way.
see the name here and this.
Yep.
And what is MP? I didn't see that on this planting schedule, but I see it in the plan.
You're right.
Where do you see it, Chair Latrell?
On my notes right in front of me.
Was it a tree or a shrub?
I don't know. TS. Oh, in the lower parking lot, there are those 6 spaces to the east. There's like a little landscape island right to the
I see.
north of it.
Yep.
You're right, that's an omission that should be reflected on the planting schedule.
Thank you. We'll include that.
Oh, and on the previous landscape plan, along Route 9 to the north of the Beehive Building, there were dogwoods and eastern red cedars that aren't on this landscape plan?
Those were proposed plantings, were they? Is he?
Yeah.
I mean, I think we're kind of in a limbo between what, is that an existing thing now? Has that been done? I think that's what the landscape architect was doing, was not taking for granted that that is in place. That was part of the previous approval.
Chair Latrell, what plantings were those again?
Dogwoods and eastern red cedar.
Those were to be.
I just don't want to approve this plan and have a whole bunch of missing plants and missing landscaping and have it say, well, that's what you approved, but this one needs to jive with the other one.
Sure. I think in this case, the landscape architect was not seeing the perspective that you're putting forth there, that this should be a superset of the previous plan and this one. He was only looking at what is new to this one.
Okay.
We'll reflect that it includes all of the things in the previous plan. Good point.
And on the previous plan, the existing sign was to remain and just the name was going to change, and at the time you didn't know what the name was, but the sign's been replaced. Do you know the size and the height of that sign?
Not offhand. We can provide it for the next meeting.
Okay. Also, so as we discussed briefly, the proposed 40B is going to enter through Route 9.
Correct.
But there's a section of fence that comes across in front of that area. In between the, well, it's in the industrial section of the lot.
Down here, is this it right here? Where are we? This circle?
Yeah.
So here's the building.
And here's the building.
That,
So between the two here.
It may be more helpful if we look at the site layout.
that is correct, and that will be removed if that is approved. But we're just not, I guess we're not taking it for granted at this point. We're not.
Oh, and so behind the Beehive building, there's a new proposed driveway that wasn't on any of the previous plans?
Yes,
What's that?
that's to facilitate emergency access to the basement of the Beehive building.
Okay.
There's already existing door, there's an existing door into the basement, and there's also a backup generator down there, but there's no way to access it now. It's just grass.
Okay.
So the driveway would facilitate that access.
Oh, and also the fence was added behind the parking spaces that are in the lower parking lot on the western side, and they're within the 20-foot no-touch?
Could you show us where on plan? If you don't mind.
I think she's talking about by the retention piece.
No.
We'll have to look at the order of conditions that the Conservation Commission issued earlier this year. But they did issue one that relates to this contractor's yard building.
But the fence is not there. The fence is like when you come into the gate, entering the parcel, right, if you put the spot on Route 9, it runs about 20 or 30 feet inward and then it stops. So the fence ends.
We could hear you.
Yep, David Ferris. The fence actually, I think where you're speaking of, when you come in the gate on the right, it stops. It doesn't run that side of the parking lot. It wasn't called for on the plan. It was about 750 feet, I think, and it was the front, and then it was all the way around the property, but the side that's of the parking lot that's closest to the building didn't call for a fence.
Right,
Yep.
which is, therein lies my question.
Yeah, no, there isn't one there, yeah. I mean, I think, like, just to be very transparent, I said this with the neighbors who we've had a lot of meetings with on the 40B side. You know, we really did that because that was a condition in this, from this panel, we put that fence in. But our commitment to the neighbors for this 40B is that it really be a much more neighborlyhood type of entrance. And from a self-preservation standpoint, we're not going to lease 32 townhomes having it look like a contractor yard. And so our anticipation would be a lot of the fencing type of stuff that's there now would ultimately be removed, which is why we kind of went the direction we did. We would even envision a fence that probably screens a lot of the contractor's yard buildings so that when people drive in, it feels more like they're driving into a neighborhood, not through a construction storage lot. Because it's going to be the only entrance and egress. That's part of the commitment to the neighbors around Parkerville Road.
So there's not going to be an access gate there?
No, there will not. It'll probably likely be a stone wall, decorative entrance, and that gate will come out.
There's a 20-foot landscape buffer required on any non-residential property along the full length of the boundary with the residentially zoned property?
We feel as though we're adhering to that with the 20-foot wide grassy pervious not pavers, grassy pervious surface in the rear of the 20-foot, in the rear of the contractor's yard building.
So you're saying that grass is a landscape buffer?
Yes.
I would push back on that.
Okay.
And also, I'd like to see updated parking calcs.
We're going to do that pursuant to the building commissioner's request in his comment letter.
Okay.
Yeah, and the idea, just for transparency about where the building's sited, is a lot of work with the neighbors in terms of trying to keep it less visible to Route 9, but also keep it out of the industrial or moving, like, even though we'd probably by right have the ability, because the zoning line changes and runs through the parcel, to put it over the line, we were trying to accommodate neighbors by putting it forward, but not forward enough that it'd be an eyesore to Route 9. With the thinking there's a lot of woods between, including we're the owner of 125 Parkerville, which is the closest abutter to the parcel.
I'm getting close to the end here.
But I do know the tree thing is a big issue for this board, and I want to make it very clear from an ownership perspective, we're fully committed to exceeding whatever we're required to do on the tree count, just to be totally transparent about that. There's no daylight on that.
In note number 18 on the landscape plan, any unforeseen tree and vegetation removal shall be in coordination with the project landscape architect in the town. That should be the planning board. Per our bylaw, any reduction in landscaping requires planning board approval.
Noted.
I think that's it.
It's not too bad.
Anybody in the hall have any questions or comments?
And I just want to point out that these are the planning board's comments at this time, so we're awaiting Fuss and O'Neill's review of the approval, so there'll be additional comments, and there may be additional comments at the next meeting from the planning board, too. So.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
So, Freddie Gillespie, I'm Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. We have not looked at this landscape plan yet. We're meeting on Wednesday afternoon, but we were charged by the master plan to come up with a definition of native plants, so I'm going to comment on our position of what that is. So first, I'd like to say it was very encouraging to see this plant list, the shrubs on this. So great start, and we'll go through it a little bit more detailed, but I had a couple of comments that, and I was just thinking, my understanding is that the eastern red cedar, there's just a tree, but the name is juniperus. There's a juniper shrub, so maybe that's, I'm just guessing, sorry, but when you Google it, that kind of comes up. But the flowering dogwood, which is native, but it has a serious condition with a, I can't even pronounce it, but anthracnose fungus, which is killing most of the trees. And if you want a successful planting, you may want to look at that, for long term. And then there's a plant here that's, so our definition is anything that's native per Go Botany, which is the Native Plant Trust, as being native anywhere in New England will count, even if it's only in a small section of Vermont, which one of these plants is, or on Dr. Giguère's list of plants for at-risk species, which are all local to our ecozones. And you have this, where did I lose it? The bushy St. John's wort, which isn't native to New England, but he also has a shrubby St. John's wort that's not native to New England, but on his list. And I have reached out to see, if the bushy would be okay instead of shrubby, or maybe recommend you use the shrubby. But as I said, the Open Space Commission hasn't reviewed this, but I'm just going by what our definition for native is anything native per Go Botany, which is the Native Plant Trust database. As long as it's native anywhere in New England, that's good, and or on Dr. Giguère's list. And then there was one other, the elderberry. I need to look into it because sometimes names change. There is elderberry that's native, but there's elderberry that's not native, so I just want to double check that. But the Open Space Commission will look at this in more detail, but I did want to say thank you. It's a really great list to start. Encouraging what we're seeing in other projects.
Thank you.
And I would just note that this is actually as a result of previous review by this board on the site plan filed for the self-storage facility, where there was quite a bit of critique of the plant species initially proposed. And this planting schedule reflects the improvement made as a result of that review.
Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Yes, sir.
Hello, John Palmer, 131 Parkerville Road. So I am not listed as an abutter to this development. I was listed as a direct abutter to the beehive permitting. So I'm not quite sure why I'm not listed as a direct abutter for this development. I'd ask that of both the planning board and the developer first and foremost.
Yeah, it's different. I can answer it for the developer. It's different lots today than it was in 2022.
So just be a little more descriptive so Mr. Bowl and Mr. Palmer can understand what you're saying. So previously, it was one large parcel,
Yes.
and that impacted that abutter list. So when the lots got split, and now the northern lot is smaller than the original? Is that why you're saying he's not included in the certified abutters list?
Yes, there was a 2023 change to the A&R plan that modified the 2022 A&R that had led to the 2022 site plan approval.
Right, and the current A&R, or the most recent A&R, which has been recorded, that abutters 300-foot radius does not include Mr. Palmer's property at 131?
Correct.
So in, Mr. Palmer, just for your own clarity too, so you can check yourself, in the packet for this evening's meeting on the agenda, there is a copy of the abutters map.
I saw that, yeah.
Okay, and you're not included in that? If you're not included in that, that is a certified list from the Assessor's Department, and that may be the reason why.
Yeah, so it had to do with the subdivision of the land.
That's what it appears to be.
But I also understood that there was some sort of, hey, if you're within 300 feet or something like that, you're still considered a direct abutter. I don't know all the bylaws, but the point I'm trying to make is I am a direct abutter of this proposed development. I can see the parking lot as clear as day from my bedroom window and from my backyard. Especially now that the cleaning has been done of the detention pond and the tree removal along the perimeter of the detention pond. And I can see that parking lot and that activity in the parking lot, clear as day as a, what I consider to be a direct abutter of the property. So that's my first point. I do like, I am growing more in favor of this proposed development, especially because I don't like the current use of the parking lot. It doesn't look great from my standpoint as an abutter and driving by the property on the daily basis. So I'm growing accustomed to perhaps a building as opposed to a parking lot of construction vehicles and oil trucks and the like. So I do like, you know, the proposed concept here. I would just ask that, you know, we you know, hold this development to all of the required setbacks and landscape buffering zones and screening and for both light and noise, especially light and noise as close as I am to the site. And then the last point I'd like to make is that, you know, we have had a number of very constructive conversations with the developer, between the developer and the neighborhood, with regard to the 40B. I like the direction that that's heading in, you know, but I'm looking to see more as it relates to their proposal there. But I like the direction that this development is heading in. I just want to make sure it adheres to all of the required setbacks and zoning and so on and so forth.
Thank you. Yeah, so the special permit from the Zoning Board of Appeals said, as well as that the building shall only be in the industrial lot, that it's interior use also.
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure. And then the other thing that I just thought of was that our noise bylaw, our quiet hours are 11 to 7, yeah. 7 a.m., so 6 is before that, so that will have to be taken into consideration.
So we have someone in the Zoom waiting room with their hand up.
Fred Harvey.
If you could just introduce yourself, sir?
Sure. Fred Harvey, 129 Parkerville Road. So question for Dave, Brian, or George. With the addition of with the contractor's building, do they anticipate more activity within that yard than there was before? And the basis of that question is that you mentioned about quiet time. And I can tell you that Diesel Direct, those trucks fire up between 3:30 and 3:30 a.m. and 4 a.m. and throughout the morning. So as of right now, there isn't any restriction, especially for them. And I'm just wondering if more activity like that will be introduced with the contractor building.
If anything, it's going to be reduced because that sort of open vehicle activity will not be occurring when it's a contractor's yard building with the use contained inside.
But so the 3:30 firing up of engines, that any sound that leaves the property line is in violation of our noise bylaw.
Well, this is the first we've heard of it.
Yeah.
It's from
Okay.
Mr. Harvey right now, so we'll be happy to look into it.
Did you hear them, Mr. Harvey?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that shouldn't be happening now, and it should be better with a contractor's yard building.
Okay, but I could certainly say that it is constant, and I know it because I'm up that early because I have to cover some overseas conference calls, and so if it goes away, great. But it certainly it starts early there in that yard.
Thank you.
What is that from?
I'm unsure.
Some oil truck?
Is it
It's
service for the site or?
He's answering. Yes, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Harvey.
Yeah, it's Diesel Direct. I mean, there's at least 4 of those trucks that are parked there, and so I can understand them starting early to fuel up the fleets. But yeah, there's at least 4 of them there, maybe more. I don't know. I poked my nose over the fence, but yeah, I mean it's obtrusive at this point.
Thank you.
Can I just ask for clarification? What is Diesel Direct? Where are those trucks coming from, and are they hanging out overnight? Are they refrigerated trucks or reefer trucks?
I think they're parked in the parking lot
They park there.
Are they running?
Yeah, they come to and from.
at
They're
3:30
just, like,
in the morning.
moving things in and out, or are they idling?
They're not stationary, no, they're trucks.
Are they storing themselves there, so to speak, on the storage facility site?
Well, they're parked
Are
there.
they paying to be there? Are they a tenant? Or
Mhm.
are they a member, or are they there serving something else? Like, it's not clear what they are doing.
They're a parking licensee there. They have the legal right to park there.
They have the legal right to park there.
So when the gentleman says they're firing up, that means that there's someone coming in and getting in the truck and starting up the truck at 3:30 in the morning?
To leave the lot.
And all of them are leaving at the same time or something?
No, they
Okay.
come and go at different times of day.
Okay.
Oh, so they store them there, and then they pick them up from there, but they gotta warm them up as diesels before they go anywhere.
I can't speak to the idling, but it is a parking area for them, and they
Right.
come to and from as they make, the distribution deliveries.
So are they delivering something? Because that's different. They're stationary? Somebody comes in with another vehicle, gets in the truck or something, or are they actually making a delivery?
Well, it's a diesel fuel delivery service.
So they're,
They park the vehicles there when they're not making fuel deliveries.
They deliver off-site.
It's like a holding place.
So they're allowed to park vehicles there in that lower lot, and so they are tenants in that lower lot, parking the trucks.
okay, so I think we need to make sure that it's complying right now with our noise bylaw, which is an exterior noise standard unless further defined by standards within this bylaw. This is 130-30. It shall be unlawful for any person at any location within the area of the town to create any loud noise or allow the creation of any loud noise on property owned, leased, occupied, or otherwise controlled by such person which causes an unreasonable disturbance beyond the property line that disturbs the peace. So that's a remarkable statement that was added into our noise bylaw. And this is the reason, actually, that I always ask about noise, is because I think as a town, we're thinking about putting mixed-use development in the Route 9 area. We have to be really more considerate of, existing neighbors and also future neighbors. So I'm kind of disturbed to hear that. I guess they have a right to start up a truck, but it's unbelievable how many trucks just park, and they're reefer trucks, and they're running overnight, and they're doing things, and it's just really hard to control. So I would appreciate you do something about that.
We'll look into it, thank you.
Thank you.
So John Palmer, 131 Parkerville, neighbors with Fred Harvey. And I don't want to add fuel to the fire necessarily, but I will say the same thing. I didn't say it earlier, but, there's an awful lot of activity there throughout all hours of the evening, all hours of the early morning. Trucks backing up, trucks starting up, pallets being dropped. And that's why I'm actually growing more and more in favor of this contractor's yard building, because I think your intent is that isn't the intended use at this point in time, and maybe the contractor's yard building, makes it better.
Thank you. So that was one of the conditions of our site plan approval, that, well, it was, they haven't finished yet, but that we would monitor the noise, and if there were any complaints, we would get back in touch with them. So, let us know. Don't be shy. Let us know if there's noise. And thank you, Mr. Harvey, for bringing that up. This is the first that the proponents have heard, so hopefully that will get better.
I wanted to let the developer know first and foremost before I brought it to the attention of this board, so.
Thank you.
I hadn't done that yet, but I had intended to, so.
Thank you.
This is David, the developer. I would just say Fred and John have been good neighbors, and we've worked well with them, and I just heard about it as well tonight here. But the good news is I really appreciate how well this first meeting has gone and how productive it's been and cordial. And so I just hope we get it permitted quickly. And the quicker it's permitted, we're going to go ahead and rip up and put a pad site. I was hoping to get it done before the weather changes, so, you know, I think that just listening to them about some of the screening issues, I do think putting some green plants, like where we had to clean that retention basin, it's kind of a double-edged sword. There's huge water issues further up, and it's impacting a lot of different people, and we didn't necessarily want to cut those trees down in that cultivation in that area, but it's just, there's so much lack of maintenance up at Sarson's Way, all the way down to there. We started at that end. We're doing the stuff behind the building with the Concom's permission to fix the second basin. Ultimately, it starts up at Sarson's Way, but I definitely have seen the visual impact to the neighbors, and so we will work with them to come up with some greenery around that to give it the shelter, or to get it hopefully back as quickly as possible to the way it was, which you really couldn't see it as much as you can now. So I'm very aware of that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Decision of approval from the storage facility. You might want to revisit some of those conditions to make sure you're complying, and also with the new facility being added to that, because there are hours of operation, and, you know, the planning board shall be notified when the facility will begin operating. So right now, you're really just functioning internally to the building, is my understanding, because the, yeah, but I mean, I think that once the temporary certificate of occupancy was issued for the building, it was interior work or interior occupancy there. I'm not sure. I just think you should just revisit that decision and look at the condition 11 regarding the times and notifying and et cetera, just as an aside.
Anyone else? Anyone else here? Anyone else online? Nope. So do we want to continue the hearing?
I make a motion to continue the public hearing for 250 Turnpike Road, Contractor's Yard Building Major Site Plan Approval to September 9th, 7:15 PM.
I second.
7:15? Yeah,
No, 7:10.
7:10.
Is that okay?
Yeah, I'm just going to say MBTA usually lasts a lot longer than 10 minutes.
Yeah, just in case if something stops.
Okay.
You can go to either one, but either way. We just keep it consistent so the public knows it's the set.
Sure. Amend to 7:10.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demir, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy Labor Day.
So can you follow up with me tomorrow to describe your deliverables, or are you going to just wait for the Fuss and O'Neill comments? I think you should wait.
I think it's better if we wait so we can just tackle it all at one time.
Right, otherwise we're chasing a moving target.
Correct.
So as soon as those come in, I'll let you know. We'll
Thank you.
forward them right away.
Thank you, Karina.
Okay, you're welcome.
The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 218 Turnpike Road, Long Cadillac site changes. You want to bring us up to date, Karina?
Yes. Huh? Okay. I'm just going to give you a brief rundown on how we got here tonight. So back in January, there was a building permit application that was applied for renovations to 218 Turnpike, which is Long Cadillac. And in those building permits online, a plan gets uploaded. So I looked at the plan, because planning has to sign off on these, and it was my understanding that it was just going to be kind of a subsurface structural change to the footprint, and it wouldn't impact the facade, anything on the surface. And then there were some landscaping changes proposed as well. So I invited Jewett Construction, who's the contractor for this project on the site, to schedule a meeting with me, and Doug Remore with Jewett City came in and met with me, and we looked at the plans, and so in looking at the plans, there were some additional site changes that were also being proposed. And then I believe we met another time. I can't remember all of it exactly, but we met another time, and there were some more additional changes that surfaced there. So some of these changes were landscaping and some changes to surface from impervious to pervious. In looking at the plans, I noticed that there was a small section at the front right corner that was built differently than the originally approved site plan. So I asked them to look into that too, how that came about, because there were some small space, there were 3 spaces here that were lost. And just to come up with information regarding these changes. And then also realizing that they were proposing changes to the light fixtures. I believe it's along the front. There are 15-foot existing light posts there, which they're updating the post to the same height, but also updating the fixtures. So in doing that, I asked them to please provide a letter with some information so we could get some clarity on how significant these changes might be. And this culminated in what you see before you, the letter and the lighting specs. And then I asked for a photometric plan. I don't know if you had time to get an updated one, but the photometric plan was missing some information, so I advised them to revisit that. And the goal was to be able to present to the planning board and, state your case that you were hoping that these would be changes that were considered more insignificant. I brought to their attention Town Code 174-10H, I think it is, which describes that if there are changes to the site, certain criteria will trigger modification. Knowing they're trying to move forward with this project, I recommended they come before the planning board and explain themselves what they're doing at the site. And it's the planning board's decision as to which path this takes. But I tried to make sure everything was up front so you would know. All right, so in that, I will pass it on.
Thank you. Karina, welcome. If you can introduce yourself and if you have any presentation.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Paul Galvani, attorney in Framingham. I actually represented Long's on the initial permitting for this site back in 2004. Next to me is Douglas Raymore from Jewett Construction, and Doug authored the letter. I want to just quickly go through these items. First of all, just quickly for some background, and also introduce Scott Barry is the president of R.H. Long Cadillac, and Scott is here tonight. So R.H. Long Motor Sales Company, R.H. Long Motor Sales, Inc., does business as Long Cadillac, and R.H. Long owns both the business and the land and building. Just a quick fact, it's probably one of the oldest family-owned businesses in all of Metro West. It was founded by Richard H. Long in 1927 in Framingham, where it was for most of the time. So company is on year, over 90 years, pushing 100 years in business. It then was run by his son, Charles F. Long, and then by his son, and currently by Charles F. Long, Jr. The, uh, when we first, prior to permitting this, just very quickly, this, if you may or may not recall, this was basically a trucking terminal, truck repair. It was a large industrial building. There was certainly no landscaping on the site. And on the corner of Route 9 and Middle Road, there was a small building that was Red Barn Coffee and also a florist shop. And initially, it was contemplated that in some form that building might remain. Anyway, it did not. So that portion of the site, which the board at the time was okay with staying as a separate little commercial use, is just, was landscaped and trees. So that's kind of what's gone on with that one. Cadillac Motors with their dealers is doing doing some upgrades. And this project, it's called the Cadillac Facility Upgrade Program. And there's really two main components to this. It's a front facade renovation and a lot of interior renovations. There's very little actually being changed on the site here. The front facade is such that it'll make the building look a little bit more uniform. As you know from looking at the building, you've got about 3/4 of the building, which is the Cadillac portion. The Quonset hut style was, at the time, Long's was a Hummer dealer. And GM insisted that they build this particular building, and that's what they had to build. And of course, Hummer, well, was history. Now now there's an electric version, but Long's doesn't sell it. So it's just all Cadillac. And the facade renovations, the upgrade is really nice, and it's going to make that, it's not eliminating the shape, but the facade's going to be more consistent going across. So it's going to be a very, very nice improvement to the site. As Karina said, there was noted that there were some changes between existing conditions and what was approved. So let me just quickly just reference that first. And in the letter from Jewett Construction, those are items 5 and 6. So as Karina correctly points out, on the approved site plan, there were 3 spaces shown there, which were not constructed. There are 294 spaces on the site, 170 are required. So, we have a surplus of 124 spaces. It was frankly a mistake to even have spaces there. You're very close to, as you probably know from the site, the customer service entrance is just a little bit past that. And what replaced that, there's a kind of a crushed stone area and a sidewalk. And Cadillac, of course, like other manufacturers, is going to a whole fleet of electric vehicles. So they have 2 chargers, what's called a level 3, which is the highest, and it's a DC charging unit, and also another charger next to it. That high one is available for public use. Long's right now, the all-electric Lyric is actually their top seller. So it is, and GM is coming, and Cadillac's coming out with another one very shortly, a smaller one, another one about a year from now. So transitioning to an extensive fleet of electric vehicles. So the charging stations are there, and it's a good location for them. So that is one change, and we would like to keep that area as is without the spaces, because there's plenty of spaces. So that's dealt with in number 5 of the letter. Now, on the opposite side of the building, there is on the left-hand side, which would be the side closest to Middle Road, there's a fairly large sidewalk area directly abutting the left side of the building. And Longs is willing to, and they really don't use it. It was meant for additional vehicle display, and they just don't use it. So they are willing, instead of having to either construct those 3 spaces or relocate additional spaces, tear up that concrete and put in landscaping. So that would be, that area is about 1,850 square feet. So, yes, it's right there. So they would take a good portion of that and put in landscaping, shrubs and trees. Now going back, and this is item 6 on the letter, to the right side of the building, there was a small landscaped island, approximately 126 square feet, fairly small. And there were a couple trees on it. Snow removal in that particular location was getting difficult, and frankly, car carriers, Longs does not allow any of their deliveries to be done on the road. And a lot of dealers do that, as you may know, up and down Route 9. They prohibit them. They have to come into the site. Unfortunately, as Scott has explained to me, years ago, there were car carriers that were contracted by GM and the other manufacturers. You had professional drivers. Now you have kind of a hodgepodge of kind of deliveries. And what Scott has indicated to me, some of them are not that skillful. So that little island was taking a beating. And so, so it's eliminated. But we're proposing, instead of that 126 square feet, to landscape about 1,800 square feet on the opposite side of the building and add more shrubs and trees. Now, one of the other issues was the facade. There's no increase in floor area of the building, but the facade is coming out just a little bit. There are both shrubs and trees along the building facade. They don't think they would be able to survive being transplanted. And the trees, the cylindrical oak trees that are there, are right up against the building. They're too close. So we are proposing to just replant the same species and have it comply with the original plan. So those would just be replaced. So there's no change in landscaping there. In terms of the lighting, which is item 1, all the lighting on the site, it's all 15-foot poles, is in the primary field, as you know, is on the right-hand side of the Parkerville Road side of the property. And those are staying as is. It's just 5 poles on the front. So the same height, 15 feet, same type of style. It's just Cadillac is part of the image, just wants an upgrade there. So those are the ones in question. Now, Karina did point out that and she's correct, the photometric plan that was submitted doesn't go to the site boundaries. It goes to the curbing. And the lighting company is finalizing a plan that will show everything. And they have told they've told Doug that it will comply with the regulations in terms of total light, lack of light spillover, and if there are any issues with if anything doesn't comply, fixtures can be adjusted. So what we would hope to do on that is we would submit a plan that Karina can review. I mean, the plan's either going to comply or it isn't. There really isn't a gray area. It either complies or not. So we would, propose to do that, and that certainly could be a, condition of the building permit. But I think, when you consider these items, I mean, we do really feel that they do constitute minor departures that don't necessitate actually, filing for a whole modification of the site plan, because there's really Those are the really only items. Now, I think there's maybe a few other, maybe trees or shrubs that maybe aren't there, but again, planting, additional plantings is no problem, and certainly willing to, to work with Karina to, in terms of a planting plan. So that's kind of an overall summary of where we are. So, and we appreciate the time and work that she spent going over things with Doug, and we do hope to be able to get start on construction. It's probably what I'm told, maybe almost about a 9-month, in terms of both the interior and exterior renovations. So, but we're, I think it's a very positive change in the site, and I hope you'll agree that. I can say with a straight face, I think it's the best landscape car dealership I've seen on Route 9 from Worcester to Boston. And they maintain it well. I've done a lot of approvals in my days, and, some of them years later, I just shake my head. They just let things go. And here, they haven't. And, obviously, trees and shrubs have gotten bigger, so I think you have to take that into account, even in terms of lighting here. So, anyway, so we would hope that you would concur that these are minor departures, and so we can get a sign off and start construction. But we will submit plans that will conform to Southborough's requirements on lighting. So.
Thank you very much. Ms. Houlihan.
Thank you very much for coming in. I'm the lighting person. I don't know if you heard that before.
No.
Helped write that illumination
Okay.
dark skies bylaw. So just in reviewing, I think my only question, I would be supportive of not going through a minor site plan approval. I think my concerns would just need to be addressed. So the first is just around your point number 6 of eliminating the 1,850 square feet. So we now do this square foot hardscape, your total lumen volume. So it's kind of easier for you to do a photometric plan. Does that impact your lumen for the lights? All your bug ratings are fine. Everything meets the requirements. And so there is a calculation that was missing, and I think Karina identified that.
Correct, yeah, Karina did mention that, and yeah, hearing the previous item on the board, I apologize for not having the photometric plan up to snuff. Like Karina said, we're working on that. As for the hardscape calculation, that's also an item that we're working on. The increase in the 1850 in pervious area, I do not have that offhand of whether that would trip anything, but we're gonna take a look at that, and ultimately we need to comply, so.
So in your area, you have 5 lumens per square foot of hardscape, so you just multiply 5 times whatever that is, and I think that's going to be your differential, and I think you probably will be fine, but we just need to see the calculation.
Sure, absolutely.
So I think that was my only concern. And then the only thing that I just heard is just in the facade and shifting some of those oak trees. So we're a tree city, and so trees are really important to us, and so now those trees have been there since 2004. Ish. So the caliper, like just thinking about how big those oak trees are and replacing them with newborns, and or whatever those will be, we would prefer that you replace them with the same size. So I think just trying to understand what you would be replacing them with, because you said they probably wouldn't survive the move.
Yeah, so in regards to the columnar oaks, so they have been there for going on 20 years, I would imagine. We'd be happy to work with Karina on caliper sizing. I don't have offhand what exactly those existing ones are at this point, but we understand, that to maintain the look, you wouldn't be planting little saplings.
Yeah, I don't think we'd be able to get something quite that big. I mean, they're not huge. They're just,
pretty
they are high.
Yeah, they looked
They're
narrow in the pictures,
But
yeah.
they're also now right up against the building.
Oh, I
which is
imagine.
not good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, so those are my other concerns, and I just want to make a comment. Is I moved to Southborough in 2002, and I had heard about that site and really worried because I live across the street directly. When I pull out, I see on Route 9. You guys have done a really nice job. It's a beautiful facility. I think you've done a really wonderful part of our community, so I thank you, and I would applaud these efforts. And that's all I have to say. Thanks for coming in.
Ms. DeMaria.
Hi there, and thanks for coming. I just wanted to make sure I understood completely. Can you describe any change on the gate or anything like that having to do with the egress, the emergency egress onto Middle Road?
Nothing going on new in the back or either side, actually.
Okay.
We're really dealing with just the front and just really those two ends, essentially, and then the 5 poles directly in front of the building. That's all.
And what will the building look like? Just curious. Do you have a picture or description?
Certainly.
It's a stucco building now, it looks like, right? Kind of?
Yeah. Stucco. Yeah. Basically, so the changes is moving to, as maybe you've seen on the sign on the street, it's more of a kind of black and white, less of the tan look that it is today.
Mhm.
So it's a predominantly white metal panel that is a little bit brighter than the existing look. Gets rid of kind of those cornices on the top. And like Paul had mentioned, especially over on the Hummer side, or the former Hummer side, it will all be largely the same color scheme to kind of make that match a little bit more, hide the H a little bit, and generally kind of brighten up the building a little bit.
Yeah. So you mentioned the items that have been changed. I also wanted to check with Karina, but so you mentioned the 2, but there's actually the third is the lighting plan. But on the corner of the building, you talked about that the island that was removed. Is there an issue with plowing? Because I know these islands, they do get in the way, but they're supposed to provide some sort of shade also. So were there trees that were also removed?
So, yeah, just to clarify that, the island is further, if Karina or whoever's on the screen could pan to the right a little bit, the other direction.
More. No, you were going the right way. No, the other way. The other way. Yeah.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Keep going. Yeah, so it's actually not.
And it's not that.
island.
It's
right behind that.
It's
You can
behind
see the
where
front of that car right there, right, it's right there.
It's not there any longer, right?
No,
Correct.
it's not.
Correct.
Right.
It hasn't been for a while.
Just wondering, how big was it? Did it provide shade?
Yeah, we had shown it on our architectural site plan. It's actually right where those 2 arrows are in the middle.
Right there.
Yeah, right there. So it was roughly 126 square feet. There was 1 tree on it, but relatively small. And our hope is that with the additional trees we're planting elsewhere, that would more or less make up for that.
Okay. And so I'm on the fence as to whether it should be major or minor. I'm not as experienced as the rest of the board, but I thought that when we were replacing the lighting, and I know that the lighting plan was provided, but that that would mean that we would need to do a full review. So are you satisfied with what you've seen with the lighting? And one of my questions for Marnie also, but question for you is, will the lighting be on all the time? Is it going to be different than it is now? Is it motion lighting for, dark, that kind of thing? Can you describe it?
So the general intent overall is that there's no noticeable changes to the lighting. There are upgraded, like we had said, fixtures and poles in those certain locations, but predominantly as upgraded to LEDs and just overall appearance. Currently, there's reduced lighting after hours. As to the motion sensor, I can't speak to that. There's not, but
Gentleman who was out there the other night.
Wait a minute, Scott, you're going to need,
I'm Scott Bray, I'm the president of RH Long Motor Sales. So the lighting it's not going to change. The lights go off at probably 11-ish. I mean, there's some lights that are on there. I mean, I have to have some lights on at night. I got millions of dollars of cars out there. But, the lights in the back, they project straight down on the back of the building. We've never had a complaint for a neighbor. So the lights are on a timer, but if it's a cloudy morning, you can drive by in the morning and you'll see that the lights will still be on until it gets a little bit brighter. But we don't keep the lights on late at night there.
But there's no change, I mean, we have restrictions in the decision, and those remain. So those, we're still bound by all those conditions. So, no changes in that.
Okay,
So.
and then you're satisfied that what they're providing is dark sky compliant, sounds like?
Yes, it meets all the complaints, and I think it's just really clear to say that they're taking the existing and just replacing, so they're not moving them, they're not shifting them, and all of the lights meet our requirements per the dark sky bylaw. Thank you.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, it's an increase in site lighting. So if they're just replacing with more compliant, more efficient lighting, that would not trigger that.
And they've now gone to all LED lights there, so.
Thank you.
Ms. Braccio.
Thank you. Thank you for hanging around. I know that your time was, earlier, and unfortunately, it's just how it happens sometimes, but we do appreciate you hanging around. I really have no questions for you. I just want to say that, as Marnie has said, that, Longs is a great addition and has been for over 20 years in Southborough. You maintain the site beautifully. So I have no questions. My question Marnie answered as far as being compliant, so I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Colleen, could you bring up the photometric plan? So my question is, your letter says 5 lights, you're replacing 5 lights, but the plan shows 7, so just trying to...
Got lots of files, sorry.
It's all good.
Is that it?
5, 6.
I can't see that.
Is it 6?
There's some over here.
So I see
So where are we? We're at
2 over on the western side. 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of in the front, and then 1 over on the east.
Okay, all right.
2,
Yeah,
3, 4, 5.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
okay, so it's 6.
And is this one here?
Well, just to be clear, what's being replaced and...
Absolutely. So, could we pull back up the architectural site plan? Good. Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Right there. Got a print.
The one that's
See where
not
we're at
shown on
there.
there. Yeah, again, on the photometric, we're amending anyway, and as for the count of those, we can also amend our letter if that's.
So it's 6?
That's helpful. Yeah, I mean, I see 6 there, so that must be a typo on the 5.
this right here? Light pole
Yep.
here,
1, 2,
2, 3.
2, 3,
4, 5.
4, 5,
There's one missing over here. The third
6.
one is like-
Talking about far.
There's 2 on the right side. That's not.
So there's one
It's
missing.
not on there.
Yep, you're correct. That one's not shown. We'll amend that. 7.
So just for clarification, there's 7 poles, they're existing poles, and they're already being used today.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
This is just
Same-
replacement.
Same mounting height, 15.
Same amount,
Correct.
LED, as you mentioned.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that. No,
So Ms. Houlihan's the lighting person. I'm the landscape person. So, and I'm in agreement with the rest of the board. I don't think this rises to the level of a modification. But if you're replacing plants, they're all being replaced at 1-to-1. And can they be native plants? Because we really have a push in town for native species.
You'd rather have some of them changed, yeah. We
Yeah.
just wanted to stay with the existing landscape plan, but if the board feels you'd want to have something else, I mean, the trees have to be something that's cylindrical.
So we have a street tree guidelines that, if Colleen or Karina could send it to you, they do have some of those skinny trees in them. So any trees that are in there, and shrubs that are native, and check on gobotany.com, and if they are native in New England there, then that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, no, so the reason we had maintained those 2 species, our understanding on that was it was, if we're changing to something new to make it native, but otherwise to keep to the approved site plan, which is why we did that. But if there's strong feelings as to changing those species to something else, we can, for sure.
Well, there's strong feelings here. Does the rest of the board agree?
Absolutely.
Because there are many reasons, and if you want me to go into the whole lecture on why native, I will, but I don't have to. But
Should we maybe submit a sketch of proposed, now, I assume you do want us to do the new landscaping to the left side of the building?
yeah.
Okay. So we'll show you a plan of that.
So any new plantings, any replaced plantings?
Sure.
Yes, ma'am.
Only if that 1850 meets the lighting. So if removing that challenges the lighting per plan. I don't know if it will. I think you'll probably be fine, but you just need to make sure that lighting square footage.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make sure we comply, and if it is close, we'll amend that square footage of additional green space to make sure we comply with both.
Okay. So I'm fine with having things submitted to Karina, and if it's what we agreed upon tonight, then it's fine.
So to recap, you would be submitting an appropriate photometric plan,
Correct.
identifying the fixtures. Usually there's a little fixture table that says what you're putting, and that the symbol matches
Yep.
with the 7 lights. It should be demonstrating that there's no light trespass off the property, as was the original, and the plan should encompass the entire property line so that it can be definitively shown.
Correct.
Then, as far as the plantings, and we need the hardscape calculation included in that, and you have an electrical engineer working on that, or someone who could stamp that?
Correct.
Okay, so that will need to be stamped. I think that would be appropriate for the record. And then, as far as the landscaping, identify what you're changing and where it's going, and a planting table that identifies it. And then, I don't know if you know gobotany.com, if I had mentioned that to you, you need, make sure you check that. And then the last thing is the street tree guidelines that we have. They're on our website, planning board website, on the front page. If you can't locate it because it's we haven't put everything where it's supposed to be, we can send you a copy as well.
Okay.
All right? And then you'll submit that to me, one copy formally and then in PDF also, because I will forward the lighting information to Marnie as well so that she can confirm what I'm seeing is appropriate.
Can that be like a condition of the, like building permit / occupancy permit so we can get started, but it would be a condition of, final approval on, sign off on the building permit, that those plans be submitted and approved by you? I
Well,
guess
how long
what
do you think it would take to get them to me?
Yeah.
Well, that's a little
We should be
subjective.
able to get them fairly soon.
Yeah, no,
I'm not right doing them.
the primary delay on the photometric is our electrical engineer, stamping engineer is on vacation this week, so that's.
So does this facade require a new, updated occupancy permit? Does the renovations you're doing, right, so we can't tie it to that? So I only have the building permit sign off on that?
Yeah, but but the building permits still need to be signed off by everyone. I mean, after, that the work's been done, I guess is what I'm saying. So, because these plantings, we may be looking at probably next spring.
Probably spring.
So, we're not
Yeah,
gonna be able
but, so just to be clear, that when Karina gets the updates, then she signs off on the building permit.
Yeah,
But,
yeah.
but then if you have changes, we'll work with you on those, but you'll still be able to sign off on
Well,
the
they have to
building
be
permit.
acceptable, so they have to be acceptable.
Yeah.
So what she gets needs to comply with what we've discussed tonight.
Yeah, and if there's something missing in we'll review it as fast as we can.
Sure.
We'll let you know right away so that you can address it. We just did that with somebody else too, who actually went through major site plan.
Sure.
There was some revision. So I need to get the information, review it. If there's any revisions, you have to do it. If everything's in order, then I will sign off based on planning's recommendation tonight on the building permit. So it's in your interest to get it to me ASAP.
Did you have a question or comment, Mr. Chappelle?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm Brian Charvel with Ferris Development Group, and I appreciate being recognized during what I recognize is a board discussion item. On behalf of our company, which is a notable stakeholder in town, and also on behalf of our principal, Mr. Ferris, personally, I just wanted to say that we support what these gentlemen are proposing to do in terms of their modification. It's a real asset and amenity for the town to have this dealership there and have it be independent like it is and not corporate, national, transnational. And so anything the town can do to support it is really significant and important. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've done that.
Thank you.
Mimi, can I ask one quick question? Karina, do you have any vacation coming up that might affect them turning in anything this month? I know you sent the dates, but I don't remember off the top of my head.
I am out of a combination about 5 days around the week, 2 different weekends. So just get it to me, and from the 9th to the 11th, I will have my laptop with me because I have to Zoom into the meeting on September 9th. But I'm hoping you'll get it sooner than that. Yeah, and what I can do is if it does come in, maybe I can give Marnie's town email, so anything you send me, copy Marnie as well.
Okay.
That way, we'll have redundant coverage, all right?
We appreciate that,
Okay.
that question.
And if you have any questions in preparing it, just give me a call.
Okay.
We'll try and address it and then get you through this.
Good.
Excellent.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Much appreciated, thank you.
Do we get a Cadillac EV?
7 of them. Yeah. Don't say that. Don't say that.
Good night.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Oh, we did master plan. The next item on the agenda is a discussion item, 120 Turnpike Road, a comment letter to the zoning board. So we received plans, new plans for the 40B at 120 on the 29th before the hearing on the 31st. So at our last meeting, we didn't have plans, so we have them now in their meeting again on Wednesday. So I thought this board would want to comment. Oh, the other thing is that we do have a meeting posted for Wednesday, but I'm on vacation. I'll try and Zoom in, but I don't know. Oh, you're at Zoom. 120 and 250, except there have been no new plans, so I don't know how much conversation on that.
So those are that's the ZBA meeting on Wednesday evening for both the 120 Turnpike 40B and also the 250 Turnpike 40B.
Okay, and so you're saying you posted a meeting for both of those? I was going to ask you about Park Central, because I thought that was coming up. Maybe that's a couple weeks.
That was
September 4th.
It's still out there, if we could post for that one, too.
If you look in the Dropbox, we put the schedules up there so you can quickly go look and you'll see them. But the ZBA website is also pretty good. Lara keeps that up to date.
That's where we get it.
That's where we get it, right.
Yeah, that's very good. Okay.
So maybe this letter's more important because we're not going to be there. So any comments, Ms. Houlihan?
So my only comments that I'm still sticking to, and I think we should reference that we did receive Stewardship Committee and Open Space comments, which were both pretty helpful for me. My comments is I think 5 stories remains too tall. And I think as a town, 3 stories is what we've gone for. We have 4 stories in the other 40B, but I think 5 stories is just, it exceeds, and I still am going to hold tight on that one. And then the other piece is the 6.2 really needs to be designated and transferred, and I think the points that Open Space made, that really encompassing concerns around the existing drainage swales, it's really, and it's not acceptable to include grading, and they did the cutting, should not be included in that 6.2. When that was originally offered, it was 6.2 conservation land that would be untouched and truly conservation land that could be leveraged by this town, and I don't think that's what is reflected on the plans today. So those are kind of my biggest comments. I cannot be there on Wednesday to attend the meeting, so I'm conflicted.
Mr. Maria?
Yeah, thank you. I mean, those are my comments as well. I feel strongly that the 6.2 acres should be conveyed. I don't think it should be played around with like a toy. You know, maybe we'll give it, maybe we won't. I think the longer that stays out there, the more torment it is, and it's the town's, and it belongs to the town. It should be conveyed. And I agree. Also, I just want to make the point. I mean, I think there's been on the height issue. I don't know how we got to 5 stories, and I don't know how we're getting to 6 stories, and I don't see the need. But I've heard some people say, oh, you always look at the matter that's before you, and it's not precedent setting, but it's definitely precedent setting. And now it's, we're seeing plans for 5 and 6 stories. And, we have in our master plan, for example, 4 stories along Route 9, and that's something that the town has grappled with. But, I think there's nothing anywhere in any document that I've ever found that talks about anybody wanting 5 stories or 6 stories, even EDC. So I really, very much oppose that, and I think that we should hold firm on that. Thanks.
Mr. Maria? Ms. Braccio, sorry.
So, I don't really have anything to add other than I just want to highlight that I did go out and take a look at the balloon when it was up, but it was really hard because it was windy that day, so you couldn't get a good read on the actual height. And I believe that there was supposed to be 2 balloons and only 1 balloon was up anyway. So that made it really hard for me. I actually took a walk back in through the woods and the balloon was white, and I couldn't see the balloon either once you got into the woods, so it kind of defeated the purpose of looking at from the conservation land what I thought the benefit would be to see it. So based on those things alone, and not being able to get a true read of the 5-story, I support everything that my fellow members have said to go in the letter. Thank you.
So I got into the minutia here. My first issue is the subdivision plan. I couldn't figure out what it said, and the ZBA's comprehensive permit guidelines, which are required under 760 CMR 5600, that the ZBA shall have regulations, require that the submittals conform to the requirements of the town subdivision rules and regulations, section 244-10, definitive subdivision. That requires that the definitive plan shall be prepared by a professional engineer and land surveyor, and there's no land surveyor stamp on any of those, so it's unclear to know whether those are actual boundaries. Also, it requires an index sheet at a 1 inch equals 100 feet that shows the entire subdivision, so you can see what the actual lots are and the adjacent streets, and that was not included. Major existing land features, it's not showing all the trees, and it's not showing that historic stone wall that we mentioned at the site walk to be retained, and we were told that it would be, but it hasn't shown up on any of the plans. And I'm unclear what the way is, the lot lines, the frontage. On the plan sheet, D3 under waivers number 2, referring to the 40B lot, it said it has no frontage, which is a violation of Mass General Law. And it's unclear from those plans whether there is frontage, because there's like a lot line, but not a lot line defining all the lots. And on Lot 4C, which is the parcel that shall be donated to the town conservation land, it should clearly say on that it shall be donated to the town Conservation Commission. And I think we need to be clear that that is a condition of a exercised and recorded 2019 major site plan approval. And it is not contingent on whatever happens to this 40B. So once the ZBA is in agreement with the layout of the lots, that 6.2 acres should immediately be donated to the town. I also, the grading and the removal of trees is unacceptable. And there was no landscaping to replace it either, so they're just taking all the trees down, grading right up to the property line with Breakneck Hill. And then I think it's important that we encourage the ZBA. I don't know if you got a chance to look at the waivers that just came in. So the ZBA has been clear in all the guidelines you read on 40B. They say no blanket waivers. And the ZBA has been clear, and it's full of blanket waivers, including a waiver to waive the entire ZBA regulations on comprehensive permits, which were required. So I think we should request that all the blanket waivers are rejected. I was also concerned about the waiver on outdoor illumination on our site walk, the proponent and owner committed to following the outdoor illumination bylaw and being dark sky compliant, but yet they're asking for a waiver of that. And I know the question was brought up about ADA compliance, and there was, I didn't see any ADA compliance. Also, the walk to the playground, is that ADA compliant? It looks like it's going up a pretty steep hill. Also, I think we should encourage the board to ensure that the affordability on those rental units is in perpetuity. And then, and I know the fire department wanted access all around 360 degrees around the building. I'm not sure if that's possible. I think they should do, what's that, a turn radius plan or something? That thing, to make sure that they can get around that building. And I also went to the balloon test. In common practice is that, well, first, that a balloon is floated at all four corners so you can get an idea of the building and the height. And it's usually red so you can see it. So I saw the balloon when I was standing right next to it in the parking lot. And then I walked Breakneck Hill to see what the effect there would be. I couldn't see the balloon anywhere, but that's not because you won't be able to see the building. It's because the balloon was white and it blended with the sky. And I sent pictures I took. I took pictures right from the property line overlooking the parking lot, and you can see people standing in the parking lot where the building was, but you can't see where the balloon was, but you can't see the balloon because it blends into the sky. So that was very unhelpful. The site plan modification. So we have met with town council on the site plan modification, and he's adamant that 6.2 acres would satisfy the condition in the site plan, and that he would be unable to defend in court the requirement that that they have to come back from that because that satisfies that condition. So council's opinion is that our condition required 6.2 acres, the southern portion of the lot abutting the Breakneck Hill Conservation Land. It didn't require a particular lot, even though there was, on the plan, there was a line shown. He does not believe there was that, those specifics were in that condition. So that 6.2 acres in the southern portion of the lot abutting Breakneck Hill would satisfy that condition, so would not require a modification of the site plan. Although the site plan will need to be modified because the site is changing and the parking is all changing and landscaping is being reduced. So eventually there will be a modification, but not for that particular thing. But I think that, and Marnie mentioned this, the 6.2 acres was in its natural state, not dug up and denuded.
So just back to that site plan modification question. So you said in a future state, it would likely still need to come back for site plan modification, and we have that limited oversight with a 40B, like lighting, parking, those kind of components.
So what would come back is the lot that remains that the office buildings are on.
In the subdivision?
Yes.
Okay.
So that one lot, so ZBA will sometime approve the lots in the subdivision if they're ever clear. I don't know what the lots are right now because it's not clear from those plans.
And so I just want to make it perfectly clear that it's an unfortunate circumstance to the public that's watching, is we find ourselves in the same concern as a planning board, that we are guided by town council. Town council reports to select board. Select board has verbally advocated for this development, and so we will not be granted independent counsel. So we will lose the battle. So I just want to make that statement. So site plan modification based on town council would not need to be done on the 6.2 acres.
Correct.
I just want to add on that 6.2 acres, though. I mean, when Mimi and I and Karina met with town council, he said, you know, the land will be donated, has to be. And I guess we can just disagree that the line that's on the map, you know, means nothing, because it means something. It wasn't like it was, you know, from the 90s. It was 2019. And you have planning board members that are here, conservation commission members that remember what that line means. And that line is the line that was supposed to be the donated land. So I think, you know, I know that there's some discussion about the the boundaries, a little bit cookie cutter and that kind of thing, and hopefully that'll get worked out if there's going to, I don't know if there's going to be any change to the boundaries or anything. But I think we can just, you know, make it clear that the land that's to be donated can't be denuded. It can't have a park on it. It can't have a septic under it. It's the land that belongs to the town for the town's use only. And you know, I can go to the meeting, so if you want, I'll make that comment, or any other comment having to do with this letter. But, I mean, I understand council's point. Okay, maybe he can't defend it. Okay, that's fine. But for the people who served on the boards and looked at those plans in 2019, for those of you, might even be some of you, and conservation members, that they drew that line. Maybe it didn't have meets and bounds. Okay, I think that's what he said, lessons learned, right, for the future. Well, all right, but that doesn't mean that the line doesn't mean anything. It's meaningful, and that's the boundary.
From a municipal law standpoint, it means nothing, evidently. Yes.
I'm Freddie Gillespie, Chair of the Open Space Preservation Commission. And our commission did look at this plan, and you've got our letter. I would ask you to argue for site plan modification on the 6.2 acres. It does not meet what was on the prior site plan. I don't understand how there could have been a requirement for a site plan modification for the past project, and this one here, all of a sudden, I said it at the ZBA, who waved their magic wand and went poof, no site plan modification is needed? This 6.2 acres is not, I was part of the process for the site plan for the parking garage. We had long discussions about the 6.2 acres. And everyone was in agreement, and it was on the plan where it was to be. And I'm sorry, but if town council doesn't think he can argue that this 6.2 acres is not in compliance with what was on the prior site plan, he needs to talk to someone else in his firm that knows a little bit about open space, conservation values, ecological value, because this 6.2 acres offers none of what was provided in the originally proposed. And it's not just the 6.2 acres. 8 feet from the conservation land, we have 8 feet? That does not meet our zoning requirements for a lot, right? 75 feet? There you go. But it's clear cut all the way around it. Additionally, let's call it what it is, the septic field is in where the original, some of that land would have been given to the town. That now has a clear view. It not only detracts from the value of the open space that we're being gifted, it detracts from the value of the conservation land where you're going to see, so I went to the site plan, I went to the balloon. You couldn't see the balloon. You could see it in the parking lot, but when you went up to Breakneck Hill, you couldn't see it. But you could see the red building that's there now. So when you're over there looking through the woods, and you can sort of see a little bit of the red building still, I realize that that's all going to be wide open, and further back you're going to see it, and 5 stories certainly up the hill. The goal is, when you're on that land, is to have, for people walking, to get some of the value of being outside in nature, not a clear-cut shot to Route 9, a 5-story apartment building and the office buildings. Plus the lighting's going to trespass, and the exhaust from the parking lot will be coming into there'll be nothing to absorb it. And then you're giving the town a huge liability. And I'm not going to say don't take the land if that's all you're going to get, but I think we should absolutely fight for a site plan modification and say, this doesn't meet the 6.2 acres. The drainage swale, I mean, there's risk, there's liability. They're going to have to maintain it, so it can't count as a gift, right? They'll have to have an easement for that with legal documents to maintain it. But on top of that, the denuded land, we're going to have to, I mean, if anyone here knows about invasive species, you open up a large area to sunlight. What's going to come in? Invasives. Are they going to replant it? Are they going to put trees in? Eventually, some trees will grow back, but not on the septic system, and call it what it is. It's a septic field. And at our meeting, I really just think the planning board needs to push for a review of the layout. This layout is unacceptable. It doesn't provide, it's like, somebody said they were required to give you a car, a 1990 car, a Ford. And so they said, okay, and you agreed on it, and then you got a 1990 Ford, but it had no engine, and it has no tires. This is no different. This does not have the conservation value of what you were being offered. And I know that wasn't a good analogy, but the point is, this is not the same as what was on that plan. And the Open Space Commission, at our meeting, said, why not put the septic underneath the parking lot? And we thought that might be a little bit far-fetched for acceptance, but it's not our job to make sure everything is affordable for the project proponent. We want to see this. We were happy to see this moved off the hillside, but put the septic under the parking lot. And we thought that, we acknowledged it could be difficult, but we know it can be done. And because the library's been talking about it for years, that's where the idea came from. And so we proposed that in our letter to you, in our meeting, what I was allowed to write to you. Subsequent to that, I reviewed the plans from this same project proponent for 352 Turnpike Road 40B. Guess where their septic is? Under the parking lot. So, you know, it's a really good solution. Put the septic under the parking lot. All of this arguing about that will be over. Give us the 6 acres up and back and be done. And the septic can go over where the original parking garage was going to be. You know, I just really want to encourage that the project proponents seriously consider that, because this here does not equal what was on the site plan. And I don't know how town council can, with a straight face, tell you that it doesn't deserve a site plan modification, or if they just took the septic off the hillside and gave us the 6.2 acres, you wouldn't need a modification for that portion. So if you're not going to have a planning board committee meeting there on Wednesday night, that concerns me, because I really think there needs to be some pushback. And we hired a town council that had a firm, and certainly there's someone in his firm that can argue this does not meet the requirement of the site plan. Somebody there knows ecological open space values, because this doesn't have what we were supposed to get. Thank you.
So just to be clear, the previous plan had the 5-story building on that parcel.
We know that.
Okay.
We're very thankful for that. It's not there. But we also had
Correct.
6.2 acres. You don't just accept a little bit when the end result is not that good.
Understood.
There is real negative value to this open space. And we were supposed to get 6.2 acres of treed land to add to our conservation land. And this here detracts from our conservation land, and it's going to be a huge expense for the town to manage that open space that's going to be just invasive species. Years of work to get it to be grown up into trees and shrubs and habitat.
Thank you. Yeah.
I just want to clarify that we are putting a letter together, and then I think Debbie's going to be there. I would be great if, I mean, it looks like you've pretty much written that letter, but it would be great if we could get the letter. It would, I mean, to send it, but even just if you read portions of it so that it's the planning board's, you know, and we maybe can vote on that if at the end of this session, to be able to say we vote on it and would like Debbie to read it, if she's willing to do that.
Well, just vote on the specifics. This is my very picky, that if this letter goes, they won't read any of it. So just the, you know, highlights, yep. Yes, sir.
Hi, Matt Probst, 31 Woodland Road. I represent an organization known as Friends of Breakneck Hill. We are a group of 41 families. We're all Southborough residents and users and abutters of Breakneck Hill, and we appreciate both the efforts of the planning board as well as Mr. Ferris to bring more affordable housing to town. We continue, though, to state that the starting point of the conversation should be the conveyance of the 6.2 acres per the original line shown on the 2019 site plan. We also advocate for the consultation of the planning board in any modifications to the existing site plan, including this new proposed development. The developer needs to consult with and get approval from the planning board, not just ZBA. We have a couple of comments regarding that I've collected from our organization. With respect to the height, we're grateful that there was a balloon test done. There are still some concerns about the height, and as long as we can have some level of assurance that the height is not going to go above that level of the balloon, most members in our organization are happy with it. But I think with the wind, there's some concern that maybe it wasn't representative. I'm one of the closest abutters to the land. I couldn't see it directly from the land because of all the trees. I put a drone up in the air. I had to go up to like 150 feet in the air to be able to see it looking down, but I could see the balloon sort of moving around. So there is some concern there, but at least we're glad that it's not up higher up on the hill on the land that was donated. So we're certainly great that needs to be donated. We're grateful for that. It's vital, as has been discussed, that no trees or other vegetation be disturbed on any of the 6.2 acres that needs to be donated. And we'd like to request a buffer zone between the buffer of undisturbed trees of vegetation between the conservation land and any sort of septic leach field. And as has been discussed, one proposed option would be to move and shift the leach field off of that land and put it under the parking lot, similar to what the same developer is already proposing at 352 Turnpike Road. And then the final comment that was made and this concern is we appreciate any efforts, of course, towards minimizing noise associated with a site prep and construction of the project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? I think we want to discuss what we want in this letter.
So my recommendation would be, number one, conveyance of the 6.2 acres. No trees, no vegetation disturbed, no drainage swales, and 6.2 acres as indicated on the original 2019 site plan.
That would include no septic on there then, right?
And no septic, yeah. Is that drainage swale?
Is that what it means? Does it encompass that? Okay.
Marty, can you just quickly say that one more?
Sure. I said number one would be, like, if we were to just kind of bullet point like our top 5 things for the ZBA, my first one would be the conveyance of 6.2 acres must happen immediately and shouldn't be contingent on the approval of anything. The 6.2 acres should have no trees and no vegetation disturbed, and should not have any drainage, swale, sewage represented on the 6.2 acres. And then if it's, I still think we should state it. If it's different than the 6.2 acres that was originally part of the conditions of the 2019 approval, it should require site plan modification. I do agree with Ms. Gillespie. My second recommendation, and this is obviously up for discussion, would be around the building height. I mean, ideally, we would say 3 stories. We do have 4 stories in this town that are 40B, so I guess I'd be willing to go to 4, but I think 5 is not okay. I don't think that's okay for our town. Number 3, I would say, and Mimi, thank you for your very, very thorough diligence, because I think it was super helpful for me in putting my list together. Number 3 would be the waivers. Specifically, they've asked for, it's like 7 pages of waivers. We shouldn't, ZBA shouldn't make any general waivers. And specifically, the outdoor illumination, dark skies, really impacting conservation that abuts it in Breakneck Hill, they should not waive any outdoor illumination. And I think we should just ensure that it's ADA compliant. Number 4 would be I'm going to say the affordability in perpetuity. And number 5 is that on the subdivision plans, they should meet the requirements of the law. Which includes frontage lot lines. And I think your point around the frontage, like they ask for a waiver of the frontage requirement, which is a law. I think we should probably pull that component out in their waiver requests. So I don't know if that's truly number 5 or if it's still part of number 3 of the waivers. And those would be my recommendations. And so I really only have 4 versus 5.
Thank you, Marnie. I would just say on the 6.2 that that is not contingent upon the approval of the 40B.
Say that again?
It's not contingent upon the approval of the 40B. Okay. It's a condition of a previously approved site plan. And I think the septic in the parking lot's a good idea. Should we mention that?
Yeah, I think that is a good idea. And
Because also 250s in the parking lot.
Oh, great, yeah. I think we say like similar proposals from this developer.
Oh, I had one other thing in my my OCD time this Sunday. One of the requirements of the ZBA regulations is that there's a list of all prior developments for projects within the past 10 years from this developer, and they list projects from some LA associates who, I don't know who that is, it's not them. And I've never seen anyone from LA Associates representing the proponents. So I don't know how that, what their projects for the last 10 years, how that complies with this, and has this proponent done any other projects?
Yeah, I think your minutia is really important, because when I think about Park Central and some of the other 40Bs, it was really the devil in the details. So I almost think that we should put together like major with the 4 or 5 bullets, and then minor. Clearly, maybe some of the ZBA members are not going to get to that, but even going through the list of waivers and saying, we agree with this one, we don't agree with that one. I mean, I think I think some members would appreciate the detail.
I didn't go through all the waivers.
No, keep going.
I just, when I saw the blanket, I just. Yes, ma'am.
So, for open space in a subdivision is a requirement of our bylaw. And I understand 40B is exempt, but this whole parcel is not 40B, and didn't we run into this on Park Central? So which portion of this is not a 40B, which our bylaw requires 10% set aside in its natural space, natural state, and I don't know that there's natural space on the non-40B, and does the 4C count towards a subdivision? I mean, like, is it the subdivision, you have 3 lots, is it? Or 4? I'm not sure, but you got the office.
It's very difficult to tell.
It was, and I also agree with your point about the plans, like, they have, in their legend, they show stone walls, and I've walked there, and I know there's stone walls, but there's no stone walls drawn on the plan. But I digress, but the lots were hard to find, and then you have the office buildings, that's not 40B, and the land, and I don't want to tempt anyone to put 40B back on the hill, but that land should be included in 10% of the subdivision for open space. And then on top of that, you know, the Open Space Commission has to meet and discuss this, because we hadn't, but I'm just going to speak as a private citizen right now, okay? Put the septic under the parking lot, I'll forget about the 10%. You know, it's like, you can waive that. But I think you should make it be, it's a big deal for the Open Space Commission, and it's adjacent to conservation land. Just get the septic off the hillside and give us some reasonable, not clear-cut graded land, and that would make a lot of this problem go away, I think. And I forgot, I hadn't looked at the 250, but I thought I heard that tonight. That also has septic under a parking lot. So just go with that. Thank you.
Do you have the highlights of the letter?
Do I have?
The highlights?
I do.
Okay.
Do you obviously typed this, though? Is there something we
So
can
this
start
is
with
the-
scratch?
So this is all the detail. Like this section.
But
This section.
to Deb's point, I think that would actually be super appreciated by the ZBA, where you can say, like, here's kind of an addendum. I know you guys are super busy. I might have some time to just pull something together quickly that you guys can further edit if it helps you.
Okay, I can send you all this.
Does it help you?
If you insist.
Okay.
I only say that because, yeah, we're just a little, but we're happy to take any help, and you guys have always so helpful anyway, so.
I'm going on vacation tomorrow, otherwise I'd do it.
Good for you.
So I'll send you this. Maybe I'll supplement it a little. So do we need to vote to send a letter, or?
No, I think there's a general consensus, right?
Okay. So is there anyone online that has any comment on this?
And you want this letter, once Marnie sends us the draft, we'll format it, and like, give it a second eyes, and send it back to you if there's any changes, and then send it to the planning board members as, like, copying that we're sending it to the ZBA.
Yeah.
Do you want to see it again before?
No, I'll trust you too.
Okay,
Because they're meeting on Wednesday.
right, so we have to get this done tomorrow, Wednesday morning, and then get it to Lara ASAP, and she'll distribute it. Okay,
All right.
thank you.
So onward with this one. So the next item on the agenda is 250 Turnpike Road, 40B. I don't think, they're also scheduled for Wednesday, but there are no new plans. So there's not, I don't think, anything. And then,
Ryan is here still, so he might be.
Mr. Chevelle, have there been plans submitted on, for 250?
40B.
The 40B?
Me again. My last name is pronounced Charville.
Charville.
And since meeting with the abutters the third week of July, at which time we discussed the townhomes approach, 32 townhomes on the site, our engineer has been working on a full set of site plan drawings.
Was it 32?
32.
Oh, I thought it was 28 on the concept.
Yep, 32
Okay.
is what we've reviewed with the abutters. And so that site plan is being finalized and then will be submitted to the ZBA.
But it hasn't as of yet?
Correct.
Okay,
So we do not expect much substantive discussion Wednesday.
okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Charvel.
You're welcome.
I didn't know. I assumed it was a
So I think that's it on that one, unless there's anybody who has a comment on that or online.
Six attendees, nobody
No,
with a raised
no
hand.
raised hands. Okay. Next item on the agenda is residents at Park Central. And that is not back until September 4th. And that doesn't appear to be going anywhere. I guess they haven't even done discovery yet.
So Mimi, again, and I don't know if this is proper, but based on the last discussion at ZBA with wanting an extension for a year, is it proper for this board to submit a letter saying this has gone on basically long enough, and we as a planning board wouldn't be supportive of another year extension, that ZBA has done a great job of trying to keep these hearings open, but the time has come, that they need to take a position on the permit. And again, I don't know if that's proper. I don't know if it's something the planning board would consider doing. I plan on speaking to this myself, because I just think it's gone on long enough.
Will it be a year? When did they start it?
I'm not sure when it exactly started, but they asked for an extension going into next year. So they basically gave them an extension through, was it September? Yeah. So I just think to go on potentially another year as you wait out this litigation is just kind of ludicrous. I think that my suggestion would be that the ZBA take a position.
It appeared from the last meeting that there's really not an appetite to continue it on, but they didn't want to make a decision because they were missing some members. So we can, if that is the will of the board, we can send another quick note, stop the madness.
I think we all know it's a clear intention for them to hold their place in line for the 40B, and they'll be booted out now that there's a third 40B. So we have this opportunity to exercise. So I think it's either it might be helpful just to say now that the third submission has come, it's an opportunity for us to put our, whatever this, I want to call it the Sunshine Act, but that's that's in biopharma, that is not in this. There's some, yeah, so I think the sunset clause. So I think we should probably state something and then just give a little bit of backup to say why. Makes sense. Let others be heard.
I think that's a great idea. I mean, I recognize the same, obviously you had some members, I think, that are not sure what to do and keep the door open and let's see what happens. And I think we heard a very interesting meeting, and it's pretty clear there's no, some mixed views, and we'll see what happens in September. But I'd love to put something in writing from the board. I support it.
And I think it was pretty clear that this could potentially be tied up, at the very least, until the 2-year window closes for the abutters and the contract that they had, whatever. But I just, again, it was a little frustrating to watch, and I understand, and I appreciate, and I think we need to put that in the letter. We appreciate the job that ZBA has done and the due diligence on this as well. But it's just the time has come to, yeah.
Karina, I'll take a first stab at that since I'm also doing the other one, and then I'll send it over your way.
Okay, I think that's it on that.
Mr. Rose, you waited around. Did you want to speak to this? I'm assuming that's why you hung around. Sorry, Mimi.
He just likes us.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Marty?
I just figured he was here, so.
Park Central isn't until September.
Actually, thank you. No, I was here to hear the rest of the meeting and see it. I agree with a lot of what you said. As you know, I've been rather vocal at those meetings, so I don't think it needs any more discussion. I think you've hit it pretty well. Thank you.
Was your takeaway similar to the feeling I got at the last meeting, that they seemed to be running out of patience?
Yes, actually, that's multiple meetings, and it was due to timing with my impression, and I won't put words in their mouth, but it was because they kept having people absent. In fact, they wanted to push it farther, and the developer wanted to wait till October.
Right.
And I actually was one of the ones that stood up and said, no, we pushed this 2 weeks, we can push it another 2 weeks, and the only reason it's out to the 4th, I think, was, again, scheduling of who could be there. So once they have the whole board there, I'm hopeful they'll see what we're all seeing, that they're just trying to hold a place in line that they really shouldn't have yet. So, but that's just my opinion, of course. So.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are we ready for planner's report, or did you want us to do minutes first?
Why don't you do minutes first, and then I'll run through the planner's report really fast.
Okay.
Either way, it's up to you. I don't.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from July 22nd, 2024.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
I make a motion to approve the July 31st, 2024 minutes.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor. Latrell, yes?
Houlihan, yes.
Demiria, yes.
Brascio, yes.
Okay. Planner's report.
I have one administrative question that I meant to bring up under MBTA, but I didn't. The question is, we're going to the select board on the 17th for the tree hearing. Should we present them the MBTA bylaw at that time? And should we go to advisory before September 30th?
I just don't know. There's a lot of trees, and if it goes on the 17th, I don't know if the select board are going to want a condensed version or to have, depending on what else they have on the agenda. I mean, we can certainly ask Mimi. It makes sense. We're all there. But at the same time, don't
I
know
did
what-
ask and got a receptive
Oh.
response,
Okay, forget I said anything.
but I can get more details.
We'll also note the warrant goes to print at a certain date. So we need to put the draft warrant article, the bylaw, we have to provide it to executive assistant. So when was the deadline for that? Do you remember?
They have to sign the warrant 16th?
16th, or they're closing at the 3rd. I thought it was the 3rd.
I checked with Katie just the other day, and she said they have to sign it by the 16th, so they
Okay.
usually sign it earlier.
Fair enough.
Sign warrant by September 16th. So our,
Next meeting's the 9th.
so we can already get her the draft. We can already get Melanie Otsuko the draft that we have now, so that she can already get it mostly in there, I would imagine. And then, unless you vote tonight to use that for the warrant, if you anticipate any changes.
We'll see on the 9th.
Wait till the 9th, and then we can get it to them quickly right after that, so she can update that and
We sent it to Margaret. I'll check with her tomorrow.
send it to,
Margaret Hurley, the bylaw.
okay. Was that a plan? You sent it to Margaret Hurley, or you want to send it to Margaret?
No, that went with the pre-approval package.
Yes.
It goes to Margaret and to
Yeah, okay.
Chris.
It
that's
went to
what-
Margaret and to
Chris.
Chris Clutchman, right, okay, sorry, I just,
All right, sorry, that's all. So I should make plans for advisory and follow up with select board. Okay.
so presenting at the 17th, at the same date as the tree hearing. Okay. Okay. Planners report, quickly. Let's see what we get here. Okay. I forwarded you an email from Margaret Hurley that she's taken on a new role at the Attorney General's office. If you hadn't seen that, I sent that out August 14th. Should have an email. Her new position, Senior Counsel for Housing and Municipal Law. But she gave her number. Southborough announces tricentennial celebrations. Forward an email on that. That would be probably under the Tricentennial Committee's webpage if they have one, or the Select Board. Announced plans for a series, recently the Southborough Select Board announced plans for a series of celebratory events to mark the 300th anniversary of the town's founding on July 6, 1727. The 2027 anniversary will be marked with a series of town commemoratives and family-oriented events, and the organizing and planning is underway now. Then the Housing Bill, Bond Bill 4977, related heavily to accessory dwelling units by right, passed, and there's a lot of information on that, and there's workshops coming up, et cetera, so that's going to be on the horizon to see what we have to do for that.
Can we maybe put that on the future agenda in terms of what would we need to do? Do we do nothing, or do we need to clean up our zoning law to, adhere to the new law? Like, I'm a little confused as to
So our current zoning is a special permit, so that it would not comply.
And
My
definitions.
confusion is that supposedly it goes into effect in 180 days, which is February, but they were going to promulgate regulations, which we know from MBTA. The law, we had no idea what was going on, and then the regulations was all the, minutia. So I don't know. And it took a long time for the regulations to be finalized after this is much easier than that, but still, I would be hesitant to change anything until we knew exactly.
Yeah, I do think there's definitions and things, because, we say accessory apartments, they're using ADUs. I mean, there's probably a little bit more than normal cleanup. But, yeah, we have to wait, I guess, then.
Also, town council provided an advisory, which I.
Yeah, that was very nice.
So maybe
Yeah.
that explains some more.
Yeah.
So we're just getting into that. I think some of us have already signed up for workshops on that.
Yeah, and I know a few other town councils that have sent out advisories too, so we can look at a bunch.
Nice.
Yeah, so in agreement that we should put that on a future.
Yeah, sometime.
Put on future agenda. Okay. Let me just check my thing here. So, no significant project updates at this time. One-stop grant, Route 9 study, I don't have any additional information on that. There is a draft warrant for review. Usually we find that in the most current select board's meeting packet. I haven't heard anything on the Chapter 61A Northborough properties.
Can we go back to draft warrant?
Yes.
So the warrant that is in the Dropbox is evidently an old one, because at the last meeting, they had MBTA after the consent agenda. So they, although it's up to the moderator, the thought was some of those, change the membership on some committees or get rid of a committee that hasn't been active for 3,000 years. Those things would go on the consent agenda, and then it would be MBTA. And that warrant in our Dropbox still shows us at 10, but that has changed. And
That's right.
the select board chair and Marguerite lobbied hard for that.
So we have the new version, but
I checked today, and I didn't receive anything. I said, I knew that it was updated at your last meeting.
okay,
Do you have another copy? And they haven't gotten back to me.
okay.
Yeah, and some things like the Stormwater Enterprise Fund and changing the CPA surcharge were taken off.
Yeah. Okay, and then the upcoming National Grid tree hearing for the hazard tree list provided, that's a little bit on a standstill right now. We have to regroup with National Grid tomorrow, and the tree policy has a defined process that was kind of circumvented. So we're going to guide National Grid to the right path and work with Chris Leroy to help him achieve the proper process for that. So the lists you did receive, there were some errors in them. So we're straightening that out.
So can you remind me about the arborist and the process on that? Because I found there was a little blurb or something in one of the versions that I had seen earlier, I guess. And there was not a lot of information. So is our process when we get something from National Grid that we have no opportunity to ask and speak to their arborist and no opportunity to speak to our arborist? Or is our arborist also going to look at the trees?
That was the issue.
That's the issue, okay.
So they submitted, they're supposed to actually go to the tree warden designee first with their list. So the applicant will go there, review their list with the tree warden designee, who provides his recommendations into the spreadsheet. So you'll have a column there with the trees identified, blah, 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 and his recommendations. Then if a tree is to be removed and is not dead, the town's arborist, consulting arborist, is supposed to report on his recommendation, whether the trim or remove, et cetera.
Prior, he's supposed to notify the select board and the planning board when well, not him, the designee, the planning board and the select board, when the town arborist will be viewing the trees. Not that he doesn't have to coordinate with us, just so we know those dates, so we can go if we're available. But that has been the Mount Everest.
Yeah, particularly in this case, because there's this feeling that there's a lot of trees on the list and that, it creates a caravan and we just said, well, we just want to have the opportunity to know whether you text or call someone, just say, I plan to be out there tomorrow and I'm starting at this place at this time. If members don't show up, and he's not supposed to stand around and wait, he can just continue and you catch up. So that's kind of a stickling point. But the idea that the applicant does have to go to the tree warden designee first, get all his ducks in a row as to what's a public shade tree. Are there trees that are not public shade trees on the list? Right? All these things, so that now you have a defined list. Then they send an application to the planning board for scenic road tree removal. We look at it. If it's all in order and complete, then we send a copy to the select board as well and file it with the town clerk. And the process then continues like a normal public hearing.
Yeah, that was the other issue. There were trees on Woodland Road that were way back. They were either on the town forest or on Breakneck Hill. They were in wetlands. I'm not an expert, but I don't think they were in the right-of-way. But that's supposed to be, the tree warden designee is supposed to say if that's a public shade tree, because if it's not within our jurisdiction or the tree warden's jurisdiction. So I did send an email to Melissa Danzens with those trees, and she said she'd go and look at them, and that it should go before the Concom. because
For
they,
those particular-
because those properties are under the care and control of the Conservation Commission. And a lot of them were in wetlands.
And if I can add too, so the arborist has already, the town arborist has already gone out and looked at some trees. I ran into him the other day on Parkerville. So I don't know how that's going to fare as we go forward because he's already been looking. And so if they tell us now that while he's going on these roads, may have missed out on an opportunity on 75%, who knows? Because I mean, 50-some trees were on Parkerville alone. So, and he was already looking at them. I ran into him at the entrance to Neary. So,
Did you
Yeah.
happen to ask him if he heard that he should reach out to us?
no.
You didn't, okay. And also, Chris Leroy has been on vacation last week and this week, so he's been out right at this time. So we're going to speak with National Grid likely tomorrow. I think we have a meeting scheduled for 10.
10 a.m.
And regroup with them because they posted the trees. See, we were under the impression that Chris Leroy posted the trees, but in this case, there were so many. I'm guessing he said National Grid go post them. But what happened is the posting was not necessarily vetted by the tree warden designee, so the posting is incorrect. It doesn't include the planning board as part of the consolidated hearing, which is listed on the posting. And
They
then
have
also.
to repost everything.
They will, they have to, but not until the tree warden designee looks at the posting and says, you can use this posting. I think that's what should have happened initially, so it's a larger list. I think we run into problems when we have these larger lists because of the.
Well, that was one of my questions is, how did we get such a large list? Like, don't they look 1 year, 3 years, 5 years and know which trees are I mean, trees don't just suddenly grow.
Right.
Don't they have any kind of a plan? I misunderstood and I thought that they had like a vegetative management plan or something, and that, you know, they can look at a tree and say, well, this one's all right this year, let's check it in 6 months or a year, maybe we'll put it on the list for the next 5 years. How did every live tree on Parkerville get put on this list? And many, I'm sure we're going to hear on Deerfoot and Flag.
Flag, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, how did that happen?
So they have a vegetation management plan
Vegetation.
that allows them, and they have certain areas that encompass that plan for the year, and I don't know offhand what this year's plan encompassed. They don't have.
Factors, right? They give us those.
Yeah,
factors.
yeah, and in that, they can trim, once that plan's approved, they can trim and remove anything up to 8 inches. But they don't have a hazard management plan, but evidently these particular circuits have had a lot of outages on, so that's why they're going through and taking anything that looks at a wire down.
Even ones that aren't near the wires.
Yeah.
Across the street, down the road.
Yes,
from the
sir.
wire.
They did come last year.
First of all, thank you for all that information, because that's the first time we've heard any of that process that apparently isn't being followed, so thank you on that. The notices on the trees seem to be generic, so there's no discussion on the notices that are they going to take the tree down, are they going to trim the tree? It just says, right, I don't remember the wording exactly, but I was taken back as I drive around town, and especially if we're a tree town, I know we talked about trees today quite a bit. There's a tree at the corner of, Flag and Deerfoot that we couldn't move and reset the road because that tree mattered. But yet we're plowing down this road, and I drive Flag every day, and there's 20 some odd 30 trees for our tree-lined road in a tree town that it almost looks like there's an alternative motive. If I was a conspiracy theorist, like there's a sidewalk or something that they want to cut down the trees. And we look at these trees not only as the trees that they are, but traffic mitigation. You have to slow down on that curve because there's a tree if you don't. And that's one of the trees that has a big sign on it that says, so now you take that down, you clear the stump, and now instead of slowing down to 20 on that curve, you're going straight through where our kids are walking to school. Parkerville, I still don't understand because there's a sidewalk and they're still putting down all these trees and they're on the opposite side of where the power lines are.
Yep.
So I was wondering if they were just going to trim some of the branches above that were growing across, but there's no indication. It just looks like they're going to take down all the trees. And there's other places around town, it just seems for a tree town, it's excessive. And from not speaking for it, but I'm on advisory, what's the cost to take down these trees?
Well, this is National Grid.
Have you gotten your electricity bill
Are they
lately?
going to pay for all of it? 'Cause that
Yeah.
hasn't been the case, so.
So your electric bill may go up, but your taxes won't.
That's a good sign anyway, but do we have this, do they have the end-all be-all? Do we have some saying, is this at the tree hearing? What happens if we say no? I'm wondering what National Grid's fight back is like, well, when your power goes out, don't tell us, but it's excessive. We need to find a way to trim this back. If a tree is truly dead, and there are some trees that are truly dead, but there's one that's, it's an oak, and from having oaks in my yard, I know it trims, it sheds some lower branches, and the rest of the tree is healthy. Just trim those dead branches, and it's fine. So I guess some clarification of what was doing on each tree before the hearing would be appreciated. And I know that's not necessarily something you can do, but if you have any power to assist with that.
Yeah, that should be on the notification, what the action is. So there were a lot of issues. They sent out this list that had pictures of trees and a description of the tree, and then the tree number, and then a spreadsheet with the numbers and everything.
Right.
Well, if you look at, the two don't match. They matched up to 44, and then they don't match. So it makes a difference when you're voting on tree number 60,
Right.
what number 60 actually is. And then there were trees on the spreadsheet that said trim, but on the pictures said remove. So there was
I appreciate the need.
there were a lot of
Power
headaches.
lines running, of course, they buried them, we wouldn't have this problem, but.
Yeah.
So I appreciate needing power, but there's got to be a compromise. I mean, for a tree-lined road, that there's trees have been here a lot longer than the power lines, that their answer is, and we're done, is problematic, so.
So the cart was a little bit before the horse on this one, and that's why we don't have a complete application yet, but once we do, that list will be posted on a website, and we'll have a copy of it here, but there were issues with it, so we're trying to rectify that, and then we'll.
And with that many trees, how long in advance can you get that to actually, it's going to take some studying time for you as well as us, I think, so.
Yeah.
So if we get it a week before the hearing, that really doesn't.
Well, it has to be posted in the paper as well, 2 consecutive weeks. Yeah, so
2 weeks is.
in addition
How
to
many
that.
trees are we talking?
113.
113.
Yeah. That's.
Lisa and I looked at them once, and we get to do it again.
We did. It was an enjoyable 7 hours.
Get your steps in as you're doing it.
We did. I didn't have to walk any more after that.
So, thank you for whatever we can do on this.
Grant Barrington, 58 Flag Road. I didn't think I'd be talking about trees tonight, but here we are. First I want to echo everything that Howard said. It's just kind of shocking going around town and seeing so many up, especially on, at least on Flag, every large tree. Anything over 30 inches pretty much is hard. Okay, yeah, one. Including, I might add, the one that we literally just had a hearing on that I objected to. It ended up being trimmed, and now, of course, we're going to have another hearing on whether or not to remove it like a month later, which is crazy. But I guess my question is about timing. So I know that this, it's been going on for a couple months now, but this hearing is for the September 17th. It sounds like there's been a lot of issues on your end, not your fault, but issues in terms of wrong postings. You guys don't have any arborist reports yet. You don't really, other than seeing it, you're not really super informed about each of the trees. So first of all, I'd just say, I'd kind of wait to make any decisions on any of the trees until you're fully informed. Also, I don't know if it was National Grid who made this date or if it was you, but I would consider, delaying the hearing or something to give yourselves more time to actually have a proper posting and actually learn about the trees. As I said, I'll be objecting to just about all of them. I think I might object to all out of principle because I don't think that we should be cutting down 115 trees in town, but still haven't figured out exactly which ones I'll be objecting to. I guess the other thing I'll add is I know that this is the fourth or fifth large batch of trees that we've had, come before us. And I know that I brought up, replanting previously, and that has not happened yet. Something, related to the urban forestry plan or something. But I think Freddie always likes to say the best time to plant a tree was yesterday or something. So some of these are going on 3 or 4 years. So you could have a 4-year-old sapling if we had planted it 4 years ago. So I would encourage us to maybe not wait for that plan and just start planting. Thanks.
One quick thing, what time is that meeting? It's not posted yet. You know, the tree meeting?
Sorry?
Oh,
What time is the tree hearing? It's not on the website.
6:30 on the 17th.
Well, it hasn't been posted yet,
I know, that's why I'm asking.
just
That's
so
the
you know.
plan.
That's
It's
the
a select
plan.
board meeting,
That's the
too.
plan.
Yeah. Okay.
anything else on the, on the planner's report?
Nope, that's it. Just the next meeting is September 9th. And I guess you heard from Katie Berry that they have to sign the warrant on the 16th of September.
They have to post
They
it.
have to post it on September 16th, therefore they're going to sign it the week before. So if that's, then if we have a meeting on the 9th, they're going to sign it on the 10th.
Okay.
Okay.
I make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, Latrell, yes.
Houlihan, yes?
Jamiria, yes?
Brascio, yes.
Thank you. You've been recording.